Go back on the record. Good morning, everyone. We are here for the evidentiary hearing for case number 9490, Potomac Edison's rate case hearing. Do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we have two preliminary matters this morning. The first is closing the loop on Staff Exhibit 2. I'm pleased to report that I have the documents and information necessary to do that, and we can do that. Perhaps we want to do that first. And the second preliminary matter is that, unfortunately, the company finds itself needing to make an oral motion to compel production of a document from the Office of People's Counsel. We have been unable to resolve a dispute with the Office of People's Counsel over their production of a document we have requested. I will take care of cleaning up the staff Exhibit 2 issue, and Mr. Gunderson will present our position on the motion to compel.
Okay.
So, if you would like, we could proceed on Staff Exhibit 2. So what I have for everyone is a complete revised response to staff data request 40.15, including full versions of both the attachments to 40.15. I'll distribute those in a moment. And it would perhaps be useful to the Commission and the parties if I explained briefly what has changed. And what has changed...
Mr. Trout,
yes.
Could you hand them out so that we
can
follow along with while you're...
A really good thing to do, wouldn't it? Sorry. Can we have two? Yes, you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
So again, Your Honor, this is a company response to staff data request, which has been offered into evidence twice in partial form. It was offered the cover page, the original cover page, and I think one page of attachment A, or perhaps 2 pages of attachment A, were offered as OPC Exhibit 3, and that proffer, I believe Your Honor ruled yesterday, was not accepted. And then the matter that's pending was staff's offer of its Exhibit 2, which consisted of the cover page and I believe all of attachment A, which is the attachment that people are interested in, or at least that they've been asking questions about, and what we've added is attachment B, just for completeness. And in attachment A, on the first page, lines 9, 10, and 11, which relate to taxes, in the second and third column, those numbers, so that's 6 numbers there, have been updated, and as a result, I believe as a result of that update, in line 26, the number in the third column has been updated. And the reason for those updates is that the Office of People's Counsel filed surrebuttal testimony last week from Mr. Efron, where he proposed a change in the treatment of the tax calculations relating to the specific items covered by those entries. And after the company reviewed Mr. Efron's testimony of last week, the company concluded that Mr. Efron was correct. And so these changes made by us since then are intended to reflect our acceptance of one change proposed by the Office of People's Counsel.
Okay, so was that the work, you said line 26, column 3, the 3.135 million? Is that the number that's revised?
No, it's line 9.
No, I know. You revised 9, 10, and 11
Yes.
in columns 2 and 3, but
Yeah.
then you said something about line 26.
Line 26 is the 313,900.
313,000.
Yes,
Okay.
that's
Thank
the
you.
third column.
Okay. Thank you.
So, let's see. Yes, that's it.
Okay.
So that's the explanation. That's what's changed. That's why it's changed.
Okay.
The commission now has available to it a document that is complete and completely up to date. And assuming that staff continues to wish to use this as its exhibit to the company affirmatively supports its entry into the evidentiary record.
Okay. And what is attachment B?
Attachment B is one of Ms. Oblak's documents, and nothing has changed in it, and I do not understand there to be any dispute one way or another about it. We just included it so that the data request response that went into evidence would be the complete and total data request response.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any objections from the other parties with respect to the admission of Staff Exhibit 2?
No objection, Your
Honor. Staff has no objection. Could you email us a copy of this and the attached
Yes.
spreadsheets
Yes.
going forward? And is this going to be marked as a new exhibit, or is this just replacing what was previously marked and put into the record?
It was my understanding of our plan when we left yesterday that this would become the version of Staff Exhibit 2 that would be in the record.
Thank you.
Okay. If that's the case, then I'll ask Mr. Dean to formally move Staff Exhibit 2 into the record, since it's labeled Staff Exhibit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Staff would like to move Staff Exhibit 2, which consists of the revised staff response to staff data request 40-15 into the administrative record.
Hearing no objections, it is admitted. Okay. Mr. Gunderson, I believe.
Thank you, Your Honor. So earlier this week, the company requested that OPC produce its retention agreement with Mr. Guerin. And the production of retention agreements with consulting witnesses is a matter of fairly routine matter in discovery. It's to identify information regarding the scope of the witness's services, as well as whether there's any compensation arrangement with the witness. Mm-hmm. Yesterday, in response to this request, OPC produced a portion of its contract with Mr. Guerin, but withheld an exhibit to the contract. The title of the exhibit is Contractor's August 24, 2018 Technical and Financial Proposal. And this exhibit, under the terms of the portion of the contract that was produced, is incorporated into the contract, is a part of the contract, and it relates to the scope of the services that OPC agreed to retain Mr. Guerin for. There's no basis to withhold the Exhibit A, it's a part of the contract. The entire contract should be produced. Mr. Guerin's technical and financial proposal would in no way be privileged. It is certainly within the scope of discovery to understand the scope of services and the compensation that's being paid to a witness that's testifying before you. So we ask that the Commission order and compel OPC to produce Exhibit A to the contract with Mr. Guerin.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cleaver?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. To clarify the record, the response in question was not served this week. It was served last week on Friday, January 18th. And under the procedural schedule at this stage of the proceeding, objections are due 2 days, within 2 business days of service of a data request, and responses are due 3 business days. So objections were due, accounting for the Dr. Martin Luther King holiday, on Wednesday, 2 days ago, the 23rd, and the response was due yesterday, the 24th. I would note at the outset, Your Honor, that the data request set in question, set 11 to OPC, consisted of 5 questions. The first one was the one that Mr. Gunderson described, which requested a copy of his retention agreement. This is a request that could have been served at any time throughout this case. It's not specific to his surrebuttal testimony or responsive to it. OPC, under the procedural schedule, timely filed an objection to the request. OPC's objection states, OPC objects to this request on the grounds that it seeks attorney work product and seeks to determine OPC counsel's trial strategy. OPC further objects to this data request on the grounds that it seeks proprietary information. OPC further objects to this data request on the grounds that it seeks information that is neither relevant nor reasonably calculated to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence. Without waiving and subject to these objections, OPC agrees to provide Snavely King Majoris and Associates Inc.'s consultant services contract with OPC for this case, with Exhibit A to the agreement, identified in parentheses as Snavely King Majoris and Associates Inc.'s financial and technical proposal, end parentheses, omitted. Exhibit A references OPC's request for proposals in this case and is immune from discovery under Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 26B3 and B4. We also note, not relevant to this dispute, but for the sake of completeness, also Mr. Guerin's firm's tax ID number will be redacted from the produced copy of the agreement. We timely served that objection. The purpose of having an objection deadline coming before a response deadline, as I understand it, Your Honor, is to allow time for the parties to address any disagreements with the objections that have been served prior to the response deadline. We received no response at all from the company to our objection. Then, yesterday, we served the agreement with Exhibit A omitted, as we described in the objection. It was not until 9:37 last night that the company said, we think we're entitled to Exhibit A and we want you to give it to us. Your Honor, the Exhibit A to the contract, I can think of 3 reasons why it's not discoverable in this case. Most significantly, this commission has, in recent years, as a matter of practice, looked to the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure as guidance in determining discovery issues and discovery procedures and discovery disputes. In Rule 26B3, 26B4, C, again, to be clear, 26B4C addresses trial preparation protection for communications between a party's attorney and expert witnesses.
Say that, I'm sorry, just 1 second.
26B4C.
C. Okay, thank you.
And it explains that Rules 26B3A and B protect communications between the party's attorney and any witnesses required to provide a report under 26A2B, regardless of the form of these communications, except to the extent that the communications relate to compensation for the expert's study or testimony, identify facts or data that the party's attorney provided and that the expert considered informing the opinions to be expressed, or identify assumptions that the party's attorney provided and that the expert relied on informing the opinions to be expressed. Now, Your Honor, with respect to that first prong, relate to compensation for the expert study or testimony, the contract itself, which was produced, sets forth the amount that Mr. Guerin will be paid in this case, a not to exceed number. So that part is discoverable. The company has that.
Mm-hmm.
That was produced to them yesterday, so they know that. So that to the extent that they want to use that number to try to impeach Mr. Guerin's credibility by pointing out that he's being paid by OPC to provide his testimony, they have that information available to them and they can do it. But none of the other requirements of that provision are met in this instance, this is a communication between an attorney and a consultant made in preparation of trial. Mr. Guerin was retained to, among other things, provide pre-filed written testimony, to appear today to testify before your honors, and to assist us with our cross-examination questions. Those are three things that are expressly provided for in his contract. His financial and technical proposal also references the request for proposals from OPC, which sets forth OPC's approach to retaining experts to testify in this case. So for that reason, it's not discoverable because it doesn't meet any of the exception. The only exception to 26B4C that's met is the compensation exception. That information has been furnished to the company. Beyond that, Your Honor, I don't think this is discoverable on a relevancy basis. If you look at how the federal rules of evidence define relevancy, Rule 401 defines relevance. Evidence is relevant if, quote, it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence, and the fact is of consequence in determining the action. The matters that are in disagreement with respect to between Mr. Guerin, OPC's witness, and Mr. Spanos, the company's witness, are whether or not it's appropriate to use the 1994 depreciation study, the SFAS 143 methodology, the appropriate service lives. Mr. Guerin's technical and financial proposal doesn't have any tendency to make those facts more or less probable. And as stated differently in the seminal Daubert case, which I know Your Honor is familiar with, evidence is defined in that case. Commission's indulgence for a second, Your Honor. As evidence that helps the trier of fact either to understand the evidence or to determine a fact and issue. And again, this doesn't meet that standard. That's at 509 U.S. 579, pin site 591. Third, Your Honor, as a practical matter, and we'd all be naive, and we know that decisions from tribunals such as this one aren't based solely on the niceties of procedural rules. They're based on practical considerations. As a practical matter, I would submit that I don't think that the Commission, as a matter of practice and culture at the Commission, wants to get into a practice of long, protracted discovery disputes over the parties that appear before this Commission and their communications with their expert witnesses. We produced the agreement. We didn't argue that that wasn't discoverable for them to want to know that whether or not Mr. Guerin was being paid and how much he was being paid, and to know the scope of his services, which is expressly set forth in the agreement. But to try to get into communications between OPC and its consultants would really open the Commission to, I believe, long and nasty and protracted disputes, which really seem to sit separate and apart from the mission of this Commission. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver, how is how is it that the attachment on the technical and financial proposal is classified as communications between Mr. Guerin and the Office of People's Counsel?
It's in the form of a letter that Mr. Guerin wrote to OPC responding to the request for proposals that were issued following the filing of this case.
Okay. And Mr. Gunderson, what value does this information provide to the company, particularly since if the objection was filed on Wednesday?
Yes, Your Honor.
and Mr. Guerin is, excuse me, pardon me, Mr. Guerin is scheduled to go on this morning. So of what value is this document to the company that we would, that we're filing a motion to compel now? How would the company even propose, if you can tell me, how would the company propose to use it at this point in the proceeding?
Well, a lot of that depends on what's in the document, what information is in the document. But we could certainly, if we have the document and the information we find is useful for the Commission's consideration, then we can use the cross-examination of Mr. Guerin. And, I guess as a practical matter, an exhibit that's attached to and incorporated into a contract for services with a public agency is not privileged. And it is relevant because it defines the scope of his services that he's providing in this matter. That whether that scope of services includes things that Mr. Guerin did not do, that would be important to know.
Well, Mr. Gunderson, hypothetically speaking, if a contract for legal services, for example, or had a similar discussion about this is how we're going to litigate your case, and one of the other parties said we'd like to, so that we can see the contract for legal services and so that we can determine the fees, for example, would that would that be a privileged exhibit?
Yeah, I think if opposing counsel's scope of services, that could be privileged, but that's not, I don't think that's what we're talking about here. Although, I guess, Venable's contract was produced in this case because it's part of our rate request. But, this is a typical type of information in order to obtain in discovery, and there is simply no basis for OPC to withhold it. It's not privileged. It's within the scope of relevant discoverable information. It's Mr. Cleaver noted that part of the contract that was produced included some financial information, but Exhibit A is titled Technical and Financial Proposal. There must be some other financial information in there that would certainly be discoverable. And the technical proposal would also be discoverable. It's part of the scope of services contract. It's certainly not privileged. I don't know if there's anything else to add on that point.
Mr. Cleaver, is it possible to potentially redact portions of the document that you believe are communications related to your legal strategy? Is it possible to do that and then provide the document?
I think that would be possible, Your Honor. I think that would be the majority of the document, but I think that's possible.
Mr. Gunderson, do you have a position on a redacted version? And then you can review that?
I suppose we could take that as an initial step, yes.
Mm-hmm. And can you explain to me why is it that as soon as you received the objection, you didn't contact People's Counsel to say, we really think this is not a privileged document?
Sure. We were hoping that the document that would be produced would have enough information that we can go on, that we feel satisfied. So we waited the next day to see what contract was produced, and it turns out that the contract that's produced appears to be a pretty standard form contract that OPC uses with its outside consultants, and doesn't really have any detailed information about the specific scope of services that Mr. Guerin was retained for, other than really high level, you're going to provide testimony, you're going to answer discovery in general terms. And it's the Exhibit A, as it turns out, that we believe has that detailed information regarding the actual scope of services that he's been retained to provide.
Mm-hmm. So, but you did not contact OPC on Wednesday evening or any time on Thursday?
That's correct, we did not.
Well, I believe that in discovery, the commission always encourages parties when there is an objection to make a phone call and to try to find out, if you can reach resolution before you bring it to the commission. And you did in fact have, at least a full day. And I know we're in hearings, but if, in order to make a motion, I would have anticipated that the company would have reached out to People's Counsel to see if they could reach some sort of resolution. So, practically speaking, if, Mr. Guerin's going on, I think, first this morning. I'm not sure whether he's first or second. I believe he's first. So practically speaking, I'm not sure at this point what the value is in your being able to review a document, because if he goes on this morning, then you're not going to be able to cross-examine him because you're sitting here cross-examining him. So I'm a little confused at the timing here, because you're not. I don't believe there's any other way. Maybe there is. Maybe you can develop another way to get the document into the record. But I think what I would ask the parties to do is that over the lunch break to see if there's a way that you can provide a redacted document to the extent that's practical, because I think that's something that should have been discussed yesterday. And again, I understand that you're in hearings, but I think that is the Commission's practice, to have parties try to work it out before you bring it to the Commission. And there is a intervening day that you didn't take advantage of. So I would rule at this. I'm not going to rule on the motion at this time, and I'm going to have the parties discuss it, see if they can pull together a redacted version that would meet everybody's needs.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll start working on that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other preliminary matters? Hearing none, I believe Mr. Cleaver, or Mr.
I believe it'll be Mr. Fields.
Okay,
yeah.
Mr. Fields, you can call your first witness.
Yes, the Office of People's Counsel calls James Guerin.
Good morning, Mr. Guerin.
Good morning, Commissioners. I do.
Mr. Guerin, could you state your full name for the record, as well as your employer and business address?
Yes, my full name is James Shea Guerin. I am employed by Snavely King Majoros and Associates. My business address is actually a P.O. box, and I'm not familiar with it off the top of my head.
Okay. Could you spell your last name, please?
Yes, Garren.
Could you, do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony and Exhibits of James S. Guerin, consisting of 37 pages of questions and answers, 2 appendices, and 3 exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I request to mark that exhibit as OPC Exhibit 16.
So marked.
Mr. Guerin, do you also have before you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of James S. Guerin on behalf of the Maryland Office of People's Counsel, dated December 20th, 2018, consisting of 3 pages of questions and answers?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark that exhibit as OPC Exhibit 17.
So marked.
And finally, Mr. Guerin, do you have before you a document entitled the Surrebuttal Testimony and Exhibits of James S. Guerin, both a confidential there's a confidential and public version of that document, but it consists of, it's dated January 16, 2019, consists of 25 pages of questions and answers, and one exhibit which contains confidential data requests. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And is there anything confidential in the 25 pages of questions and answers?
I do not believe so, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to mark that, the public version of that document, as OPC Exhibit 19, Exhibit 18,
So marked.
and the confidential version, OPC Exhibit 18C.
So marked.
Mr. Guerin, these three documents, were they produced by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or edits to those documents today?
I do not.
If I ask you those questions today, under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, OPC moves for the admission of OPC Exhibit 16, OPC Exhibit 17, OPC Exhibit 18, and OPC Exhibit 18C.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, they're admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Guerin is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Gunderson.
Good morning, Mr. Guerin. My name is Chris Gunderson. I represent Potomac Edison in this case, and I'll be asking you a few questions today.
Good morning, Mr. Gunderson.
Good morning. I'd like to start by asking you a few questions regarding your background. So if you could please turn to Appendix A of your direct testimony.
Yes. Okay.
It looks like you noted dates for your employment, but not for your educational experience. When did you attend and graduate Marlborough College?
I began Marlborough College in 2001 and graduated in 2005.
Thank you. And it looks like after Marlborough College, the first employment you have listed here is with Binder and Binder, and you worked on Social Security disability cases. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then after Binder and Binder, you worked for Issue Advocacy Organization.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the actual name of the organization?
No, it is not.
What is the name of the organization?
I worked for it as a temporary employee for the Marijuana Policy Project.
All right. Yeah, I've never seen a CV where someone used a category of employment instead of the actual employer. Is there a reason why you didn't disclose the actual employer?
It's an issue where people have strong opinions.
Okay. Is there anything else on your Appendix A that was not fully disclosed?
No.
Okay. And it looks like after your work with the marijuana policy group, you went to Snavely and King, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you first started at Snavely, did you immediately start providing depreciation analysis support, or did you start in some other capacity?
I initially started in depreciation analysis support, although at the initial phase of my employment at Snavely King, this was at a very low level, essentially assisting with organizing files, arranging data, at a very non-technical level, learning the ropes as I went along.
Okay. And at what point did you transition into a more technical position?
I would say that I started assisting directly with depreciation analysis and testimony after about 2 years, I want to say. After my time there, possibly less actually. It's a little difficult to remember, of course, and these things occupy a very sliding scale, right, where I was probably initially helping to analyze data for the life analysis. You could say that that was assisting with the depreciation analysis, but again, at a lower level than later. So I probably started at a low level working on the depreciation analysis after about a year. And then after about 2 years, really significantly helping out with the both the net salvage and life analysis.
Okay. And then it says that here that you are now a certified depreciation professional, and that certification was received in 2015. Is that correct?
That is correct. I should say that I passed the examination to become a certified depreciation professional in 2014, if memory serves. However, the certification has a certain requirement of years spent doing depreciation analysis, and then was therefore certified in 2015, I think about a year after I passed the examination.
Okay, thank you. And if you turn to Appendix B, the next page of your direct testimony.
Mm-hmm.
And here you've listed 17 proceedings in which you've submitted testimony. Is that correct?
Subject to check. That sounds correct.
Okay. Are these all of the proceedings that you've submitted testimony in?
These were all of the proceedings that were complete as of the submission of this. There were, I believe, in response to one data request, I replied with 2 further cases in which I was been involved that are still ongoing. But this is I believe this is all the completed cases.
Okay. And is it fair to say that in the cases in which you've provided depreciation testimony, you've recommended a lower depreciation expense than what the company has proposed?
It's certainly fair to say that in most that is the case. As I said in response to a data request, and apologies, I don't remember off the top of my head which one it was, I've certainly submitted proposals, recommended service lives that were higher than, depreciation rates that were higher than the proposed by the company in individual accounts. However, in the aggregate, I think typically would be lower.
Okay. And Mr. Guerin, you were retained by OPC in regard to this case on September 24th, 2018. Does that sound right?
Subject to check. That sounds right.
Okay. And your direct testimony in this case discusses your calculation of average service lives of Potomac Edison's Maryland assets. Is that correct?
That is correct. Also discusses net salvage, but yes.
Okay. And you agree that all other things being equal, longer service lives will result in lower depreciation rates and lower depreciation expense. Is that correct?
All else being equal, yes.
Okay. And am I right that you use a computer program to perform the mathematical calculations in your life analysis?
That is correct.
And however, you agree that depreciation rates cannot be calculated with mathematical precision, correct?
Oh, yes.
And am I right that after you perform the initial mathematical calculations for your life analysis, you can adjust the results based on your individual judgment? Is that right?
Yes, you can.
And you also agree, though, that the Commission should not blindly accept that a depreciation analyst's judgment resulted in appropriate depreciation rates, but instead the Commission needs to exercise its own judgment to assess the rationale and data that underlie that opinion. Is that correct?
Is it true that the Commission must exercise its judgment in assessing the analysis and judgment of witnesses?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. And can you please turn to your surrebuttal testimony, page 22?
Okay.
All right. And if you direct your attention to line 12, the Q&A that starts at line 12,
Yes.
and this is where Mr. Spanos critiques your analysis because you've failed to incorporate proper judgment into your life estimates. And then going on to the next page, line 14, in defense of your analysis, you note that, and I'll quote it, it is important to properly frame the relative importance of informed judgment as opposed to analysis of the historical data. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you cite the Lindheimer versus Illinois Bell Telephone Company case.
Yes.
And I assume you read that case as you quoted it?
Yes.
Now, the Lindheimer case actually supports Mr. Spanos' opinion, doesn't it?
I'm not sure that it's that clean cut.
All right. Your Honor, may we approach with the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Guerin, I've handed you the Lindheimer versus Illinois Bell Telephone Company case that is 292 U.S. 151. Is this the case that you cited in your testimony, in your surrebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we please have this document marked as Potomac Edison Exhibit 27?
So marked.
Mr. Guerin, if you please turn to page 8 of this exhibit. And I believe beginning with the sentence after the bracketed 5 and 6, you see that on the left-hand side, bracketed 5 and 6.
Yes.
This is the portion of the Lindheimer decision that you were referencing in your surrebuttal testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Except, are you aware that there are significant and material changes between the text that you included in your testimony as opposed to the actual text of the Lindheimer case itself? I think for the ease of the Commission's reference, we've created a demonstrative exhibit.
Okay.
Hand that out. All right, the exhibit that's just been handed out, Your Honor, may we please have this marked as Exhibit 28?
So marked.
So just to describe Exhibit 28, the first page of the exhibit is the quote that you used in your surrebuttal testimony. The second page is the actual quote from the Lindheimer case. And then the third page is a red line showing the changes between what's actually in the Lindheimer case and what was included in your testimony, whereas the blue underlined text is the language that is added to the Lindenheimer case opinion, and the red stricken text is what has been stricken from the Lindenheimer case opinion. And the difference between the text that's included in your surrebuttal testimony and the actual text of the court's decision, it flips the court's holding on this point. In fact, if you look back at the actual text of the decision, in the if you look at the actual text, what the court actually said was that the calculations are mathematical, but the predictions underlying them are essentially matters of opinion. Then the court goes on to say, in the penultimate sentence of the actual text of the decision, the necessity of checking the result is not questioned. That sentence is not included in your testimony, is it?
No, it is not.
And then if you go back to Exhibit 27, the full text of the court's decision, the two sentences that follow the portion that were attempted to be quoted in your testimony actually puts this section of the opinion in clear context. And it says, in this instance, the evidence of expert computations of the amounts required for annual allowances does not stand alone. In striking contrast is the proof of the actual condition of the plant as maintained. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, can you point me to that one more time?
Sure. Page 8 of Exhibit 27, the Lindenheimer case.
Yes.
The sentences that follow, immediately follow, the paragraph that I think you were trying to quote, says, in this instance, the evidence of expert computations of the amounts required for annual allowances does not stand alone. In striking contrast is the proof of the actual condition of the plant as maintained. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then, in fact, other portions of this case make it even more clear that the court in this case was very concerned about the viability of the mathematical calculations. If you turn to page 6 of Exhibit 27, on the bottom left-hand side of the page, just above the bracketed number 2, at the end of that paragraph, there's a sentence that starts, the company informs us that the property was kept at a high and even standard of maintenance throughout the years involved, and was at all times capable of giving adequate telephone service abreast of the art. The property has been efficiently and economically operated, and the company has enjoyed excellent credit. And then the next sentence, next paragraph starts with, this actual experience of the company is more convincing than tabulations of estimates. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then if you continue on down the rest of that paragraph, and it actually goes up to the top right-hand side of the page, of page 6 of Exhibit 27. The court says very clearly, elaborate calculations which are at war with realities are of no avail. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the Lindenheimer case, when you look at the actual language, and when read in its full context, actually stands for the proposition that your judgment and credibility is of utmost importance, and you can't just rely on mathematical calculations. It's the informed judgment of the depreciation analyst that is tantamount.
Yeah, I don't agree with this. With your interpretation of this decision. First, I should say, in the first place, to the commissioners that I am a little flummoxed by the difference in this quotation between the version that Mr.
Gunderson,
my apologies, has provided and the version that I've quoted here. And And the version that I've quoted here is a version that I've quoted in testimony for a number of years, and my colleagues before me have quoted in testimony for decades, I guess. So I can't really account for the differences that he's provided. However, having said that, I don't agree with Mr. Gunderson's interpretation of what he's cited in these statements. He cites at the very last stage here, the property has been efficiently and economically operated, and the company has enjoyed excellent credit. This actual experience of the company is more convincing than tabulations of estimates. But this is at odds with what the well, I guess since I don't know the full context of the Lindheimer case, I probably shouldn't say anything further, but I don't necessarily agree with your interpretation of this decision. I don't necessarily agree with your interpretation of either the original quotation or the quotation as you've cited it here. I think that when the quote says, the determination involves the examination of many variable elements and opportunities. I'm now reading your supposedly corrected version. The determination involves the examination of many variable elements and opportunities for excessive allowances. Even under a correct system of accounting, the always present? I'm not sure. The necessity of checking the results is not questioned. The predictions must meet the controlling test of experience. And to me, that says that the predictions, which I interpret to mean the subjective predictions of the judgment of those estimating results, needs to meet the controlling test of the experience of the company, being the actual experience of the company's plan. Here, I'm referring to the historical experience of the company. I grant that these things are, subject to interpretation and subject to subjective, readings. But that's always how I've interpreted this paragraph.
Okay. Well, I think it's pretty clear from the language that the predictions that are being discussed here are the mathematical predictions, whereas the controlling test of experience is the experience discussed in the next two sentences of the passage, which is
Objection.
the actual experience,
I think that's an argument, not a question.
the actual condition of the plan as maintained. That's the context.
I think that's an argument, not a question.
Why don't you rephrase, Mr. Gunderson?
I'll move on. Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Guerin, can you please turn to Mr. Spanos' rebuttal testimony? If you don't have it with you, there should be a binder on the ledge there that has his testimony in it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I'll direct you to page 10 of his testimony.
Yes.
Now, and in this portion of Mr. Spanos' testimony, he lists 11 steps that he believes are necessary to complete a comprehensive depreciation study. And step 6, which I would direct you to, is field trips, also referred to as site visits. Do you see that?
I do.
And you did not conduct any site visits or field trips of Potomac Edison's assets in this case, correct?
No.
And then if I'll direct you to step 7, in Mr. Spanos' list, he identifies interviews with company personnel to discuss the outlook of the company's assets. And you did not conduct any interviews of Potomac Edison's personnel to discuss your depreciation rates. Is that correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. From my understanding of reading your testimony, it is your belief that site visits and interviews of company personnel are not necessary in order to arrive at reasonable depreciation rates. Is that accurate?
Yes, in fact, I don't think that Mr. Spanos' assessment of what is necessary to conduct a comprehensive depreciation study really has much content. These are all steps that can be conducted in the carrying out of the depreciation study. I think that in some cases, field trips to visit the sites of particularly replacement projects can be informative. I think that interviews with company staff can be informative, but these need to be weighed against other factors. I have certain restrictions, time and the ability of OPC to fund trips to site visits and company interviews. And given the weight of those factors, I don't think that those are actually particularly useful. I think that in cases where company staff has really significant information that bears on the likely lives of plant in the future, that information can be useful. However, that same information can be usefully acquired through the normal discovery process. I've asked the company staff in response to data requests and which is located in my exhibits to the rebuttal, that I've attempted to gather that information from company staff. When I ask them, for instance, whether there are any current plant programs or company programs or projects that they expect to significantly impact future service lives. They replied that there are none. Now, you can learn information about smaller processes, smaller tendencies, right? The tendency to replace plant at a higher rate or a lower rate. However, in my experience, those kinds of tendencies tend to show in the historical data. You have cycles of retirements at higher rates or lower rates at given times. And those expectations are reasonably expected to continue into the future. So I think that steps 6 and 7, which Mr. Spanos has cited here as necessary to conduct a comprehensive depreciation study, can be useful, but I do not think that they are necessary to estimate service lives.
Okay, thank you. So you've testified up to this point that site visits and interviews are not necessary, and I think you said in a data response that they typically do not lead to probative evidence. Are you now switching to suggest that you are not able to conduct site visits and?
No, it's a weighting of factors.
Okay. Are you familiar with NAVRUC's Public Utility Depreciation Practices Manual?
Yes.
And you've read it and used it in your practice, I'm sure?
I have, yes.
In fact, you cite yourself in some of your testimony, correct?
I do.
Okay. Now, the NAVRUC Depreciation Manual does not say that site visits and interviews of company personnel are not necessary. Is that correct?
Not to the best of my knowledge. What are you referring to?
Okay. All right, Mr. Guerin, I've handed you an excerpt of the Public Utilities Depreciation Practices Manual publication dated August 1996. And do you recognize this to be the neighborhood depreciation practices manual that you've used in your practice?
Yes.
Okay. If you turn to the third page of the, I'm sorry, Your Honor, may we please have this document marked as Potomac Edison Exhibit 29? Thank you. Turn to the third page of Exhibit 29, which is page 111 of the manual. Here, this is the chapter, or the beginning of the chapter, in which NAVRIC talks about actuarial life analyses. And if I'll direct you to the second to last and the last sentences of the first paragraph, in which the manual states that understanding the data is necessary in order to assess the limitations and application of the data in reflecting future events. Informed judgment plays a major role in determining how the data should be interpreted and used. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And if you turn to the fifth page of the exhibit, which is page 125 of the NAVRIC Depreciation Practices Manual. This is the section titled Interpreting the Results. And the first sentence of that section states that once data assembly and property grouping have been completed, the next step is to determine how to use the information. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And then turn again to the next page of the exhibit, which is page 126 of the NAVRIC Depreciation Practices Manual. And there's a couple of sections here that I would direct you to. So the first one is the second paragraph on that page.
Okay.
And this is where the authors discuss what to do with the life analysis data after the calculations are performed. And here the manual states, depreciation analysts should avoid being ensnared in the mechanics of the historical life study and relying solely on mathematical solutions. The reason for making an historical life analysis is to develop a sufficient understanding of history in order to evaluate whether it is a reasonable predictor of the future. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And then further down on that page, in the section titled Past Indications as a Measure of Future Activity, this is where it gets to the point that we were discussing earlier. If you look at the third sentence of that paragraph, it starts, the analyst should become familiar with the physical plant under study and its operating environment, including talking with the field people who use the equipment being studied. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the last paragraph of that page, under the heading Other Factors to be Considered, the manual states, in addition to talking with field people, the analyst should talk with management. Understanding past and present company policies concerning maintenance practices and retirements will determine how well historical retirement patterns will be repeated in the future. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And nowhere in these passages do you see where the NAVRIC manual says doing these tasks are not necessary, correct?
I think that the term necessary hasn't appeared yet.
Is it your opinion that depreciation analysts typically do not perform site visits and interviews of company personnel when conducting a depreciation study?
I think that it's fairly typical for the witness for the company, either Mr. Spanos or someone in that who works for the company. Will typically do field visits and site and interviews with management. I think that's pretty typical. Yes.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned it before that the Office of People's Counsel, on your behalf, has submitted data requests in this case. And specifically to Mr. Spanos. And did you review Mr. Spanos' responses to data requests in preparation of your testimony in this case?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Guerin, I've handed you a packet of data request responses from Mr. Spanos. These are all dated January 10th, 2019, and these are responses to OPC 28.2, 28.3, 28.4, 28.5, and 28.6. Your Honor, may I please have this packet of DR responses identified as Potomac Edison Exhibit 30? Is it 30? Yeah. Thank you. Did you review these responses in the course of this case?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree that Mr. Spanos' responses to OPC's data requests indicate that he followed the DARUC Depreciation Practices Manual's recommendation to conduct field studies, site visits, interviews of company personnel in the course of his work. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in order to form your opinion, in order for you to form the opinion that site visits and interviews, et cetera, are not necessary and don't yield probative evidence, would you agree that you would have needed to have conducted a lot of site visits and a lot of interviews that just didn't yield any good information?
Do I think that it's necessary to have performed a number of site visits, a certain number of site visits or interviews in order to conclude that they do not lead to probative evidence?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Well, and in fact, you have not conducted many site visits yourself, correct?
I don't know what you mean by many. I have conducted several site visits.
Okay. Mr. Guerin, I've handed you your response to a data request number PE 5-8, dated December 12, 2018. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I please have this marked as Potomac Edison Exhibit 31? Thank you. And in this data request, we asked you how many, or whether you've ever conducted site visits, tours, field reviews in the course of your work, and you identified the Kansas case that's referenced in this response, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. So this is the one time that you've conducted a site visit?
In the course of a rate case, this is the one time that I've conducted a site visit. In the course of non-rate case issues, I have conducted site visits on two separate municipal water plants. But yes, I believe this is the only site visit I've conducted in the course of a rate case.
Is there a reason why you didn't identify the two other site visits of water plants?
Sure, they weren't conducted in the process of completing a depreciation study.
Okay. All right, Mr. Guerin, I've handed you a document titled The Direct Testimony and Exhibits of James S. Guerin before the Corporation Commission of the State of Kansas, docket number 18-KGSG560-RTS, dated October 29, 2018. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Is this the testimony for the case, your testimony for the case referenced in the data request response that we just discussed?
Yes.
Okay. If you please turn to page 3, I'm sorry, Your Honor, may we please have this marked as Potomac Edison Exhibit 31? 32, thank you. Please turn to page 3, and starting at line 2, this is where you discuss the site visit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, if you go down to line 5, you state that you based your review in part on this field visit, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you please turn to page 23 of Exhibit 32? And direct you to the Q&A starting at line 11.
Yes.
Here you were asked, what did you learn about KSG's replacement and removal practices during your site visit? And you go on to say what you learned. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, in the Kansas case, you didn't have any testimony where you said the site visit was not necessary. In fact, the one time you actually conducted a site visit for depreciation analysis, you obtained information that you believed was instructive for the commission, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to shift gears a little bit. Can you please turn to Mr. Spanos' rebuttal testimony?
Mm-hmm.
And go to page 16, please. All right, so at page 16 of Mr. Spanos' rebuttal testimony, he has this table 1, and this table compares the proposed average service lives that you've calculated in this case for Potomac Edison, Maryland, as compared to a couple of different data points. The Mon Power, Potomac Edison, West Virginia, current rates, current average service lives, the service lives proposed in the Potomac Edison Mon Power 2013 depreciation study, and then the typical industry range. And it is, from reading your testimony, what I understand is that your opinion is that it's highly problematic to compare one company's average service lives to another company's average service lives, or to industry data. Is that correct?
Would I characterize it as highly problematic? I think it is problematic. The results of typical industry data are the results of approved stipulations resulting from what can be a variety of factors, including other elements of the rate cases in question in those situations. What they do not typically make reference to is actual underlying data. So I think that relating the proposed average service lives to proposed average service lives around the industry, at the very least, should be considered only really in the case where you don't have substantial enough industry data, historical experience data for that company such that you need to look to outside data points to try to get a frame of reference for what the average service life should be. I think that you can use industry data as guidelines for reasonableness in some cases, but I do not think that certainly do not think that they should be taken as absolute values within which your proposed service lives should fall. As with everything else, I try to, the best of my ability, to rely on the data provided by the company, the actual historical experience of that company, more than relying on the proposal, the lives and net salvage ratios that fall out of stipulated agreements from other companies where you don't know the context. So yes, I think that it is problematic. I do think that it can be useful, but it is problematic.
Okay. And just for the record, when I said highly problematic, I was referencing your testimony. Your sur rebuttal testimony uses that phrase, highly problematic.
Okay.
But you'd agree with me that the computer software that you used to develop the calculations in this case, it's a Snavely King computer software, that actually uses industry statistics itself as statistical bounds, correct?
It does in some cases, yeah.
Okay. Well, in this case?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And do you agree that using information gathered throughout the industry is also one of the data points that the NARUC Depreciation Practices Manual recommends using to validate the mathematical calculations?
I believe that the NARUC Depreciation Manual does refer to gathering data. I'm not going to be able to quote directly here, but gathering gathering data from other companies within the industry. I forget what the exact phrasing is, but yes, there are a couple places where it does refer to that.
I mean, if you turn back to the NARUC Manual exhibit, which was Potomac Edison Exhibit 29.
Yes.
If you go to the second to last page of that exhibit, which is page 128 of the Depreciation Practices Manual, under the heading of Informed Judgment,
Yes.
in the middle of that first paragraph, the manual says, informed judgment is a term used to define the subjective portion of the depreciation study process. It is based on a combination of general experience, knowledge of the properties and the physical inspection, information gathered throughout the industry, and other factors which assist the analyst in making a knowledgeable estimate. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you agree that the Maryland Commission has itself held that industry data is relevant in determining a company's depreciation rates?
I can't recall a specific case where that was raised as an issue, but it would not surprise me.
Mr. Guerin, I've handed you an excerpt of Maryland Public Service Commission Order Number 81518 in case number 9093, issued on July 19, 2007. Your Honor, may I please have this marked as Potomac Edison Exhibit 33? Thank you. And I'll first direct you to provide some context here to the page of the exhibit, the bottom, page 20 At the bottom of the page, it says page 20, but it's the second or third page of the exhibit. Under the section 2, plant-only rates, here the commission, sort of to provide context here, the commission says Mr. King, and that's the King of Snavely King, correct?
Yes, Charles King.
Okay. It says Mr. King argues that the ASL, or average service life, should be 58 years based on OPC's actuarial analysis. And it goes on to say Mr. Robinson counters that Mr. King has ignored industry data and company-specific activity while relying solely on Delmarva's historical data to develop depreciation recommendations. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then if you go to a couple of pages back, which is page 27 of the order, under the heading 5, Commission Decision, and here the Commission issues its ruling on this issue. And the bottom of that first paragraph says, Mr. Robinson's proposals for the 2 disputed accounts incorporate industry and company-specific factors. In addition to the historical analysis relied upon by Mr. King, we find this information relevant and therefore approve Delmarva's proposed plant-only depreciation rates. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can set that aside now. Referring back to Table 1 on page 16 of Mr. Spanos' rebuttal testimony,
Yes.
one of the data points that he used to compare the reasonableness of your proposed average service lives in this case was the Potomac Edison Mon-Power 2013 depreciation study, correct?
Yes.
And all right, actually. All right, Mr. Guerin, I've handed you a document titled "The Corrected Direct Testimony and Exhibits of James Guerin in Case Number 9424, dated October 7, 2016." Do you recognize this to be your testimony in the Delmarva case number 9424 before this
Yeah.
commission?
Yes.
Okay. And if you turn to the Appendix B of that testimony, oh, yes, I'm sorry. Your Honor, may I please mark this as Potomac Edison Exhibit 34? Thank you. So in Appendix B, you, in addition to listing matters that you've testified in, you list matters that you assisted with the analysis and testimony, correct?
Yes.
And the second item in that list is the Mon-Power Potomac Edison depreciation rate case in West Virginia a couple years ago, correct?
Yes.
And you did not list that case in the Appendix B that we looked at the beginning regarding your testimony in this case, correct?
No, at a certain point, once I had testified in a certain number of cases, it became kind of unnecessary to list all the cases in which I was involved but had not testified. So that entire section dropped off of my Appendix B.
Okay. And in that West Virginia case, you assisted Mr. Margeros in his developing his testimony, correct?
Michael Majoros.
Majoros, thank you. But you just to clarify, you did assist Mr. Majoros in developing his analysis and testimony in that case.
Yes.
Okay. And in the West Virginia Potomac Edison case, in which the 2013 depreciation study was evaluated, Mr. Majoros ultimately agreed to adopt Mr. Spanos' proposed lives that were the result of the 2013 depreciation study, correct?
Subject to check. That sounds plausible.
All right, Mr. Guerin, I've handed you a document called the Direct Testimony of Michael J. Majoros, Jr. in case number 14-0701-E-D. Do you recognize this to be Mr. Majoros' testimony in the West Virginia Potomac Edison, West Virginia depreciation case that we've been discussing?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I please have this document marked as Potomac Edison Exhibit 35?
So marked.
Thank you. And if you turn to page 20 of Exhibit 35, this is where Mr. Majoros, and I'm assuming you assisted with this, you came to an ultimate recommendation where you generally say maybe the depreciation rates were overstated, but at the end of the day, there's a Q&A that says, what do you recommend? And Mr. Majoros testified that I have adopted Mr. Spanos' proposed lives. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay.
I will point out that in the next sentence he goes on to say, I do this as another demonstration of the reasonableness of my proposals, indicating to me, and as I recall the situation at hand, Mr. Majoros adopted the service lives proposed by Mr. Spanos as an acknowledgement of that in that case the service lives were reasonable, and also that they were secondary importance to other issues in the depreciation case.
Thank you. All right, you can set that aside. And now let's turn back to Mr. Spanos' rebuttal testimony at page 16.
Mm-hmm.
Again, to the table 1. Now, there are 4 accounts in which your proposed lives, average service lives for this case, are greater than the typical industry range column that Mr. Spanos has set forth in this table. And so I'd direct you to account 362, where you have a proposed service life of 73. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then 364, where your proposed service life is 74. Account 365, where your proposed service life is 82 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then account 366, where your proposed service life is 97 years.
Mm-hmm.
And is it your understanding that those 4 accounts, 362, 364, 365, and 366, that those hold a substantial amount of the dollar value of Potomac Edison's total distribution plan?
That may be true. That doesn't really bear on the service lives selected for them.
Okay, well, let's turn to your direct testimony, Exhibit JSG1, Schedule 2.
Oh. Okay.
All right. And here you had, this is, give the commission a second. Okay. This table is your summary of your analysis in this case, and
My apologies. You said table
Yeah.
page.
it's Exhibit JSG1, Schedule 2.
Oh.
It's just a handful of pages into your schedules.
I'm there.
Okay. And if you look at column 4, that has the original cost of the distribution plant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you look at the original cost of the distribution plant for the 4 accounts that I'm referencing, 362 has an original cost of about $148 million. Do you see that?
Yes.
And 364 has an original cost of $107 million and change. And 365 has an original cost of $178 million and change.
Yes.
And account 366 has an original cost of $58 million and change.
Yes.
If you add those up, those 4 accounts equate to about half of the $1 billion of total distribution plant, correct?
If you add those 4 accounts up, they add up to almost half of the. Let's see here. Sure, just under half.
Okay. And am I correct that you have performed life analyses for other utilities in Maryland?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Guerin, I've handed you your response to a data request issued by staff, staff 2-1, dated December 11th, 2018. Do you recognize this to be a response?
I do.
Your Honor, may I please have this document marked as Potomac Edison Exhibit 36?
So marked.
Thank you. And in this data request, staff asked you whether you had compared the service life parameters to other service life parameters used for other utilities in the state of Maryland, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And direct you to the second sentence of your response to subpart A. You say that Mr. Guerin has conducted and reviewed numerous life studies on electric plant in Maryland, and that knowledge is brought to bear in determining whether the results of the analysis of PE's, Potomac Edison's, service lives are reasonable. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
When you conducted that analysis, I presume that you recognized that the service lives that you were proposing for the 4 accounts that we've been discussing are substantially longer than the service lives that you've proposed for other utilities in the state.
Yes.
Mr. Guerin, I've handed you a demonstrative exhibit that lists the service lives that you proposed for the 4 accounts we've been discussing. They make up about half of the distribution plan for Potomac Edison. In this case, as compared to the same service lives that you yourself have proposed in cases for Delmarva and BGE. I guess before I ask you a question, okay, Your Honor, may I please mark this document as Potomac Edison Exhibit 37?
So marked.
Okay. Does this generally fit with your recollection as to the service lives that were proposed in service lives that you proposed in the Delmarva Power case number 9424 and the BGE case 9355?
Unfortunately, I do not carry around with me the knowledge of the service lives that I propose in every case, but this is subject to check. This looks correct.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Guerin, have you ever been accused of picking and choosing accounts in a service life analysis in order to project longer service lives for the sole purpose of decreasing the depreciation expense?
I believe that in case, I'm not going to be able to remember the case number, but I want to say it was Delmarva case. Mr. Ronald White accused me of that, and Judge Romine, if I'm remembering correctly, concluded that that I was biased towards longer service lives.
Mr. Guerin, I've handed you an excerpt of the proposed order of Public Utility Law Judge Terry J. Romine in case number 9424 before this commission, issued January 4th, 2017. And, Your Honor, may I please have this document marked as Potomac Edison Exhibit 38?
So marked.
Thank you. Just to make sure we are talking about the same case, direct you to the second page of that exhibit, which is page 90 of the order. And the second full paragraph of that order, the commission held, furthermore, I concur with Dr. White's suggestion that Mr. Guerin appears to have simply chosen the most beneficial accounts to alter in order to decrease the depreciation expense, i.e. those accounts where OPC projected longer service lives while ignoring accounts that would increase the expense. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time. I would respectfully request that Potomac Edison Exhibits 27 through 38 be admitted into the record.
Any objections?
Yes, Your Honor. 2 objections. One, PE Exhibit 30 is a collection of the data responses provided by Mr. Spanos. Mr. Guerin certainly can't vouch for the correctness of the information in those data requests. They could be admitted for the purpose that he reviewed them, which he said that he did, but I would like to note that they haven't been authenticated through Mr. Guerin as far as any knowledge of the truthfulness of what's said in there. And I'd also just like to note for the record, with respect to PE Exhibit 37, Mr. Guerin accepted those numbers subject to check, and subject to that check, we may have to bring something up after today if we find an issue with it, but other than that, I don't object to it going into the record.
Okay, with respect to 37, it was subject to check, and if you find upon checking that you have a concern, we can deal with that. And with respect to Company Exhibit 30, I'm going to allow it in because there was significant cross-examination with respect to the necessity for field visits. So therefore, I think this is appropriately allowed in. Thank you. Mr. Dean, do you have any questions for the witness? I'm checking on our timing because we do want to take a break. Now, if you have a number of questions, if not, you can let me know.
Well, I'll simply say good morning, and staff has no questions for this witness.
Okay. I think we'll take a break now, and with the recognition, of course, that Mr. Guerin remains under oath, and with respect to redirect Mr. Fields, of course, we won't discuss that with the witness.
Absolutely not.
Thank you. We're recessed.
Just for a break.
Did you give a time?
No?
Mr. Fields. Sorry. Mr. Fields, would you like to, do you have any, oh, I apologize. Commissioner O'Donnell has a,
Preliminary. I have a preliminary matter. The other day I was questioning a company official, a witness, about bear conductors, and I alluded to wildfires in California. In today's Baltimore Sun, there's a story about Pacific Gas and Electric Corporation being exonerated from being the cause of that fire, and I wanted to clarify that as new information. Is speculative at the point that I mentioned it, and actually their stock had dramatically decreased because of that speculation. But in fact, the fire was caused by, now I'm quoting, the Tubbs fire, with the exception of an electrical caused fire originating from an unknown event affecting privately owned conductor or equipment, Cal Fire Battalion Chief John Martinez wrote in his report. So it was caused by a private system and not the system that I alluded to in my discussion. I wanted to clarify that, Madam Chair.
thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Mr. Fields, do you have a redirect?
Yes, I do. Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness a document, please. Mr. Guerin, I've handed you a syllabus of the Lindheimer versus Illinois Bell Telephone Company case with the word Justitia on top. Do you see that?
Yes,
Have
I
that
do.
document? Your Honor, I'd like to mark that. Oh, I'm going to have to dig a little bit.
19, I believe, Mr.
Yes, I'd like to mark that as OPC Exhibit 19.
So marked.
Would you review paragraph 9 of this syllabus, please?
I'm there.
And could you turn to your quotation of this case in your direct testimony, please? Oh, I'm sorry, it's not. Not in your direct testimony. I'm sorry, it's on page 23 of your sur rebuttal testimony. Does paragraph 9 appear to be the paragraph you quote here in your testimony?
Sorry, one moment. It took me a moment to find my sur rebuttal in this scrum. Okay. It does appear to be, yes.
All right, thank you. Now, there were a number of questions for Mr. Gunderson regarding field trips and interviews. Are you aware of any evidence in this record regarding anyone taking field trips or interviews regarding Potomac, Maryland's assets?
regarding Potomac, Maryland's assets.
And with respect to a depreciation analysis?
I would have to look back to the text of the study performed in 1994 that the
Oh no, I meant any of the
related to this case.
Related to this case.
No.
And would that be because you are the only witness in the case that has provided a depreciation analysis of Potomac, Edison, Maryland for this record?
That is true.
And in the course of doing that analysis, there were a number of questions earlier about the use of judgment with respect to data. In the course of doing your analysis, did you exercise your judgment?
Yes.
Could you explain to us in the ways that you exercise your judgment?
Sure. In the first place, reviewing the data, as has become an issue, as has been mentioned by Mr. Spanos in his rebuttal testimony, the depreciation data that we have, or that was provided by the company in response to 7-22, if I'm remembering correctly, only provided transaction data back to 1997. Had to look at the data that was available. Actually had to run the analysis first, and then review the data again to determine whether the data was sufficient to provide for reasonable life analysis. Concluded that it was. Had to review the results of the life analysis, comparing the results of the life analysis to results of cases that I performed in the past and other cases in Maryland to see whether I concluded that the historical results were sufficiently reasonable to be used for calculation of rates in this case. Although has been pointed out by the company's attorney, some of the lives that I've selected are on the high range of that, and I had to use judgment to determine whether that was reasonable. I thought that given the data available, given the data in particular certain accounts, the results of the analysis were sufficiently compelling that I thought that the service lives that I selected were ultimately reasonable. I requested a number of data requests, I, through OPC, wrote a number of data requests to the company in order to determine any factors that might affect the future future service life expectations or future net salvage expectations. Questions that go to the same points that the NARIC manual, the 6 points that the NARIC manual indicates as relating to informed judgment. Attempting to uncover any information that relates to those issues from the company that might affect my estimation of the future average service lives. Receiving no significant information about future expectations, I concluded that the historical indications were reasonable and would stand.
In the course, thank you for that. In the course of that answer, you talked about some of the accounts. You acknowledged the numbers were the service lives you used were at the higher end, and you talked about you reviewed that given the data available. Could you just explain what you meant by given the data available?
Well, I guess using one example, if we go to referring to my direct testimony, selecting because it is the longest average service life that I've proposed, count 366 and referring to my exhibit JSG2 at page, beg your pardon, here we are, at page 38.
These are the page numbers in the bottom right-hand corner of this exhibit?
That is correct.
Yeah, thank you.
In the case where we have a relatively long average service life, such as this, one reason that can happen is that you have either a very short very short range of placements that you're testing retirements against, such that there hasn't been really time to allow for sufficient retirements. Here we have retirement data from 1997 on placements from 1954 to 2017. And what we see if we look at the observed life table is that there are retirements throughout the ages. If you look at the first column here, which is age, you see a consistent pattern of retirements over this period. There isn't there aren't long periods where there are no retirements. There aren't any long gaps between retirements as you look through the record. And what this tells me is that there is sufficient retirement experience here to develop a concept of how this plant is retiring. And if you look at the graph on page 41, you can see these data points graphed out. And what you see here is that through ages, through age 40, the data tracks to the line extremely closely. Thereafter, the data dips a little bit below the 97 R2.5 curve, but the 97 R2.5 curve fits the available data pretty closely up through age 53, where the T-cut was made. T-cut, and this actually is related to an issue that Mr. Spanis raised in his rebuttal testimony, which is that here the T-cut displays on page 41 as 55. I'm not entirely sure why the T-cut ranges on the graphs show as different as the T-cut ranges on the curve fitting analysis, which is on page 40, where the T-cut is 53.5. Regardless, the T-cut is properly 53.5, where the last retirement, where the last exposures are. What I'm trying to show here is that the 97-year average service life is the result of data. It's the result of retirement patterns provided by the retirement patterns derived from data provided by the company. And yeah, I concluded that was reasonable.
Thank you for that. Just a couple cleanups for the record. You used the word placements in that answer. What are you referring to with that word?
What I'm referring to is the plant in service is placed in a given year, which we refer to as a vintage year, and that is considered an exposure, meaning that it's exposed to the forces of retirement throughout those ages. So when I say placements, I'm referring to exposures in the observed life table, specifically with reference to when they were put into service.
Yeah. Okay. So that's roughly when that's related to when that plant went into service, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on the chart, I'm not sure how what everybody's picture looks like here. So if we could just identify the three lines that I see here. What is the shortest line that ends after about age 62 or 65 maybe?
All the points on the line, which are actually a series of X's, because they're not a line but a series of points that are fit to the line. That ends where the observed life table ends. It should be made clear that the observed life table, for a variety of reasons, contains a number of ages from age 53 to age 62.5 where there are no exposures, so that line continues past where there are exposures. However, the T cut was made at 53.5 where the exposures end.
Okay. The line that ends at 65, you're saying that's a series of points. That's actually a series of points based on the data of the company's actual experience that you received.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And the long line that goes down here and ends at 0 down around age 160, what's that line?
That is the representation of the 97 curve with an R2.5 Iowa curve shape.
And what is the very narrow curve that comes down, ends about about age 70, 65 to 70?
That is the 47 R4 curve, the 47-year average service life with an R4 Iowa curve shape. That is the service life and curve shape that the current rates are derived from. Those can be found for whatever it's worth in response to OPC 7-18.
Okay. And what is the difference between the data points on the observable life table versus this company current curve tell you?
What it tells me is that particularly once you get past approximately age 30, the currently approved average service life and curve shape are not a good fit to the available data.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. Mr. Guerin, thank you very much for your testimony. I don't have any questions. Commissioner Richard?
Wow, you never do that.
Don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign.
Barely got my water swallowed. I don't have a lot of questions. Maybe just a couple, just you can help me understand some of your points in your testimony. One is a discussion you have on depreciation expense contribution to free cash flow, and a concern, I think, that the company may be overly motivated to raise free cash or raise depreciating rates for some reason.
Yes.
What then is, I mean, as I understand it, this is, I would think a good responsible way of using their free cash flow as as the company gets a return of their depreciation or their capital expenses through depreciation, that they would then reinvest that and use that to continue to maintain their distribution system, capital assets. So where are we differing here, or why do you have a concern about the company doing that when it could also be argued it's a very responsible way of using
Sure.
and planning how they're going to go about using?
It's a reasonable question and a tricky issue. The first question, I think, is that when a company comes to see the depreciation expense as a source of funds for future projects, there is a tendency to...
Can I just so I'm clear, so when you say future projects, so are you completely differentiating between, as capital is depreciated, and in many cases, some of it's going out of service, it has to be replaced.
Yes.
So are we talking about you're talking about just future projects that are outside of current plant, or what?
Sure. I mean, depreciation expense, again, is a source of free cash flow for the company. It can be used for any purpose. Insofar as as it's being used for future construction, whether it be a replacement or funding of a new plant, if the company sees depreciation expense as a source of funding for those things, then the company has a strong incentive to then try to generate as much depreciation expense as possible, which of course ends up costing consumers potentially being charged depreciation expense in excess of what is justified on a cost allocation basis. And as we know, the Supreme Court decided a very long time ago that depreciation expense was purely a cost allocation concept, where you're allocating the service value of the plant over the period in which that plant is going to be useful. And so if we incentivize the company to try to collect their costs in a rate faster than the useful life of the plant, then consumers suffer. The other issue is that the company should really be seeking funds for future projects from equity and debt. That's the underlying principle of the revenue requirement process. They're collecting a return through depreciation and on their investment. And if the company comes to see what as a practical matter are consumer provided funds as a source for future projects, that undermines the revenue requirement model. So those are two concerns.
Okay, even though these customer provided funds are actually being used to provide the company a return of their investment. So anyway, maybe just again, I'm just trying to understand what would the then with this concern you have, what would be the correct, I guess, allocation or percentage use of free cash flow, particularly those funds that come from depreciation?
Yeah, I can't speak to
the plant replacement.
Right. Well, I think as Mr. Valdez pointed out in his when he was here being cross-examined, what the company actually does is they pay down their debt on an ongoing basis to do that, and that's reasonable. The problem as I see it is really a question of motivation, not what they actually do with those funds. If the company's depreciation expense is being driven by their need for capital funds, then depreciation expense will tend to be overstated because it's not being driven by the underlying causes of depreciation, the average service, not the causes of depreciation, I should say, not being driven by a reasonable estimation of the service life of plant, but being driven by the company's financial needs. Among other things, the NARIC depreciation manual explicitly says that it should not be viewed as a source of funding for those purposes.
Well, fair enough. But the company is correct. If there will be a significant reduction in those depreciation expenses, thus not providing, there would not be be sufficient funds, I guess, or as the quantity of funds needed to replace the capital. Wouldn't there in fact be a requirement to raise costs, I guess, to ratepayers, because then they would have to go to either equity markets or incur debt to make those same costs, or to take care of those same expenses.
And with the caveat that this is very complicated,
Yeah.
I don't think that the eventual increase the future costs resulting from the need to seek out further capital ever catches up to the increase to depreciation expense in the short term, because the company is constantly adding to plant. I discussed this a little bit in my rebuttal testimony, and I'm a little hesitant to get into it in detail here because I don't want to misspeak. But I do not think that by increasing depreciation expense, you ever see the benefit of a resulting decrease in revenue requirement further down the road, because the company is constantly adding to its plan service.
What if doing something that significantly slashes depreciation expense?
Well, if you significantly slash depreciation expense, then you do result in a higher rate base in the future and a higher revenue requirement in the future. But again, I don't think that that is ever offset in the opposite direction by increasing revenue requirement in the future. You're constantly seeing the benefit of what I would argue is appropriate depreciation expense, and the company would say is an insufficient depreciation expense. But current consumers, either way, I think benefit more.
Okay. The other question I had was just related to the, generally the critique of the SFAS 143 present value methodology used in depreciation. So, I guess the problem raised is that it very likely, particularly if there are negative salvage values, it doesn't allow the company in a reasonable amount of time to recover their capital expenditures, and potentially it doesn't give them the funds and time to take care of net salvage value. So, do you have any opinions on that? You don't really talk about it, other than your discussion about the discount rate and your acknowledgement that maybe you should use a rate of return rather than rate of return on equity. But do you have any other views about, again, the issues raised by Mr. Spanos?
Yeah, I haven't specifically analyzed the relationship between the expenses collected as a result of the SFAS 143 relative to what the company is incurring. I do know that the purpose of the SFAS 143 method is the collection of future costs. Theoretically, we're collecting future costs from current ratepayers, and what that means is that if you're asking current ratepayers to pay today for those future costs, then on a one-to-one normalized basis, they're not going to match up.
And I understand that.
Yeah.
I was just trying to get to the critique that if we don't get it right, we could actually really hamstring the companies
Sure.
and their ability to, again, recover on their investments, and possibly even they'd be short the salvage.
Sure, it's very important to properly estimate the future net salvage amount. But I do think that the SFAS 143 method is sound in that current ratepayers shouldn't be asked to pay the full dollar value of future net salvage, whatever that future net salvage is estimated to be.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Guerin, good afternoon. I really only have one question for you, and I'll try to get it out as quickly as I can. I would ask you to, there's extra credit for being concise and brief in your response.
I'll do my best.
Okay. The Commission in this case is faced with determining the contested positions of the company and OPC on the efficacy of their respective depreciation expenses. One is of a vintage which has raised many questions in this case, although it's an actual from Maryland, from the company. The other has been performed by your own admission under conditions of limited time and resources. to complete a more robust study. Both studies may be therefore arguably questionable. Wouldn't a new and complete study done as expeditiously as possible solve the problems with the two current estimates before the commission?
Yes. I would argue, and I believe that I did say in my rebuttal testimony that that I think that a new study should be performed by the company as soon as possible. I believe that in the meanwhile, while that is being carried out, the consumers shouldn't be paying for the depreciation expense based on this old depreciation study. Whether or not I think that a future study would be very beneficial, but I think in the meanwhile, the rates that I've proposed are reasonable for the company to be paying.
I appreciate your position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Guerin. I believe now we move to Mr. Spanos.
Yes, Your
correct?
Honor. The company would like to call Mr. Spanos to the stand.
Oh boy.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please proceed.
Please swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give and handing out will be true, the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes,
May you please state your name for the record?
John J. Spanos.
And who is your employer and what is your title?
My employer is Gannett Fleming Valuation and Rate Consultants, and my current title is President.
And can you please provide the Commission just a very brief summary of your educational background and qualifications?
Objection. We haven't done that with any other witness. Is this in your testimony?
It is. I just thought this is the first time Mr. Spanos has testified before this Commission, just to have him introduce himself with a brief description.
I'll allow it, but please be very brief, Mr. Spanos.
I have 2 degrees in industrial management and mathematics from Carnegie Mellon University. I have an MBA from York College. I have 32 years of experience at Gannett Fleming doing depreciation work. That includes being the past president of the Society of Depreciation Professionals and involvement in American Gas Association and Edison Electric Institute's accounting committee. And I've submitted testimony in 300 cases and performed 600 depreciation assignments.
All right, thank you. Mr. Spanos, do you have before you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of John J. Spanos, consisting of 37 pages and 1 exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, may I please have this document marked as Potomac Edison Exhibit 39?
So marked.
Was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections, additions, or deletions to your testimony?
The only correction is on page 1. My current position is president.
Okay, thank you. And with that change, if I asked you the same questions today that are contained in your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And is this testimony true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, we would respectfully move at this time for submission of Potomac Edison Exhibit 39.
Seeing
No objection.
Seeing no objections, it's admitted.
Thank you. Before turning Mr. Spanos over to cross-examination, we would request the Commission's permission for some brief rejoinder.
Yes, very briefly.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Spanos, as I understand it, Mr. Guerin, in his thorough rebuttal testimony, claims that he took into account the fact that the company's retirement data started in 1997. And do you have any response to Mr. Guerin on that point?
Yes, I think he has failed to review the limitations of the data. The experience bands are 1997 to 2017. That reflects the actual transaction or calendar year data. The placement bands, which are the vintage or installation years, go back many years, in some cases all the way back to 1916. In performing his analysis, he conducts analysis that uses transactional data that goes all the way back to those early years, and in some cases over 50 years. This in itself will cause for a lot longer average service lives because it assumes that 50 plus years of data have no retirements. We know that that's not the case, that there were retirements that occurred in the early 90s, the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, the 50s, and the 40s. So all of that in itself takes the position that extends the life because it adds exposures with lack of retirements. So that is a limitation to his database. It's also been stated by Mr. Guerin that his software cannot conduct studies with a experience band that is less than the placement band. They have to be the same in his analysis. So that kind of causes limitations that should be reflected in his statistical analysis, and that's not what I see in what's been presented in this case.
All right, thank you. And in Mr. Guerin's rebuttal testimony, he also claims that it was appropriate for him to not include an update to the company's net salvage ratio. Do you have any response to Mr. Guerin on that point?
Yes. I'll first state I understand in Maryland we use the FAS 143 approach, not necessarily a methodology that I think is appropriate. There's some weaknesses to it. However, with that caveat, I will say that the purpose of FAS 143 is to discount the net salvage analysis and the current cost of removal and gross salvage as a reflection of retirements. If you ignore the most recent 25 years, you're going to then be discounting at whatever, whether it's rate of return or rate of equity, a very high percentage you're discounting back on data that didn't exist. So you're working from 1993, which is 25 years ago, and the analysis and inflation and safety requirements that are built into the statistical data are being ignored. So you're now discounting not only at a higher rate, but 25 years further back in time. That really does not allow for an appropriate recovery of net salvage.
Thank you. And in Mr. Guerin's rebuttal testimony, he asserts that the application of the SFAS 143 method to the company's current depreciation rates would result in a reduction of depreciation expense of approximately $6.7 million. Do you agree with that?
No, I do not. I've done as many calculations as I could using the methodology with the available parameters, and in all cases, the FAS 143 methodology, when properly calculated, is only a $3.7 million difference for Potomac Edison's assets.
Okay, thank you. And did you create a document that summarizes your calculation that you provided to the parties?
Yes, I believe it's been included at this point. About to be included at this point.
Yes.
Mr. Spinos, I've handed you your supplemental response to staff 33-22. Do you recognize this document to be the results of your calculation in response to Mr. Guerin's rebuttal calculation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Your Honor, may I please have the supplemental response to staff 33-22 marked as Potomac Edison Exhibit 40?
So marked.
And with that, Your Honor, may I please ask for the omission of Exhibit 40 into the record?
No objection.
Hearing no objection, it is admitted.
I have no further questions. Thank you. He's now available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Gunderson. Mr. Fields?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to go past our normal lunchtime. Do you want me just to stop about 1? Or do you want to, or we could break now, either way.
Do you have a sense of how long you think you might go, Mr. Fields?
About an hour, I think.
About an hour? All right, we'll break now, but we're going to break for a little bit of a shorter period of time, so we'll resume at 1:35. I'm sorry. 1:30. Sorry. And we are recessed.
Thank you.
for those who are aficionados of telecommunications regulation, on this date in history in 1915, the first transcontinental telephone call was made between Alexander Graham Bell and his trusty former assistant, Thomas Watson, on a line connected and laid out and connected by AT&T.
Yeah.
There you go.
Your Honor, I know Mr. Spivak isn't here yet. I do have a housekeeping matter related to the motion to compel. If you want to take care of that while we're waiting for him, otherwise you can wait until he gets here. Either way is fine.
Like for Mr. Spivak to be here, but I'm not going to give him a lot more leeway.
Mr. Dean's coming down the hall now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dean, right. All right, we'll go back on the record, and I understand there is a update on the motion to compel. Mr.
Yes,
Gunderson.
Your Honor. Thank you. OPC has provided us with a redacted version of Exhibit A to the OPC's contract with Mr. Guerin. While we would still have some questions on it, but given that Mr. Guerin's off the stand at this point, I think we'll just withdraw the motion.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gunderson. Motion's withdrawn. All right, we are now ready to resume or to begin cross-examination. Mr. Fields.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Spanos, I'm William Fields for the Office of People's Counsel, and I have some questions for you. Did you discuss this case in any manner during the lunch break with any attorneys for Potomac Edison?
No.
Good, thank you. And now, just a very brief question, and it would be great if you could just give me a brief answer. On your rejoinder, you talked about 25, you were talking about the SFAS 143 method, you talked about 25 years. Is that, am I correct in understanding that 25 years you were discussing was the 25 years from now back to 1994?
That's correct. That period of time, we do not know what or as part of the calculation does not include those years of history.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now, if we could turn to the data response that you just put in the record, and I want to say it's, that was put in the record, I want to say it's Potomac Edison Exhibit 40. This is the response and supplemental response to staff 3322. Do you have that?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could just look at the first, the cover page of the response. The original response was prepared January 4th, is that correct?
That's correct.
And by you?
I was part of that response, yes.
Part of that response, fair enough. And then the supplemental response is dated January 24th, which was yesterday, and this was circulated sometime around 9:30 last night, correct? As far as you know?
That's correct.
Okay. And now if we turn to the attachment, and I'm looking at column 2, which is traditional method accrual amount. Now, we were able to do some review of your work papers since this morning. And is it our understanding correct that for that column, and let me start with the Potomac Edison approved rates number, $30,713,060, that in order to calculate that number, you used the lives and net salvage figures from the 1994 study. Is that right?
Yes, and applied those to the existing plant balances and accumulated depreciation for the asset classes.
And do you know those plant in service and depreciation reserve balances? Do you know the date for those balances?
All of these calculations were as of 12/31/17.
Okay. And for the 2013 Potomac Edison West Virginia and 25 Potomac Edison West Virginia study rates, that's the 32 million and the 34 million numbers. What plant in service data did you use for those figures?
Again, everything was as of 12/31/17, and we applied the parameters, the life and salvage parameters, using the traditional net salvage method in each of those cases with the current balances for Potomac Edison, Maryland.
Okay, that last part was really what I was trying to get at. So for all three of these numbers, they're based on the plant in service and depreciation reserve balances of Potomac Edison, Maryland. Is that right?
That's correct. That was how we were able to do a comparable calculation to see the differences, and the purpose of what we did was for the understand the impact of FAS 143's method.
Okay. Now, all right, going back up to the top number, 30.7 million, and then the accrual rate in column 3, 2.76. Are you aware of the accrual rate that the company's been using to book depreciation? And I mean PE Maryland.
I don't have that right in front of me. This is a composite rate based on the assets as of that time, based on the methodology that was utilized. So it does not break the rates down by account. It's just a composite rate utilized for that plant and service based on the calculations that were comparable in the two scenarios.
Okay, but it's my understanding that the composite rate that they've been using has been 2.95. Are you familiar with that?
I don't have that specific rate in front of me as a composite rate. However, as I mentioned, when you are doing the weighted calculation and doing a comparison, that's why I've used the composite of 2.76, which is the 30.7 million as a reflection of the original cost.
Okay, and about the 30.7 million. All right. Well, first, yeah, to calculate the 30.7 million. You did not make any change in the lives from the 1994 study, correct?
I applied the lives that were in place to the plant balances for each of those accounts based on that scenario at that time.
Okay, and you did not change the net salvage ratios from that study, correct?
That's correct, and those were done under the traditional method. So the methodology back in the 94 study or 93 study, you had the traditional method of net salvage, which was an accrual process, and those developed net salvage percents that were utilized here.
Okay, and now we heard testimony earlier this week. Now I'm going back and looking at this 30,700,000 number. We heard earlier this week about a depreciation expense for the company, and I believe that was it's a test year number of $34.6 million. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with that specific number, but this was designed to be as comparable between using the traditional method with FAS 143's method. And that's the purpose of my calculation here, is to make sure we're comparing apples to apples, and any other calculations could not have been done in the same methodology that were done here. And that's why we presented this, to make sure we were looking at the true impact of FAS 143.
Okay, but what I'm trying to get at is you're saying here, I mean, my understanding is the company is asking for a depreciation expense of $34.6 million, and when you applied the 1994 lives and net salvage ratios to the plant in service as of 12/31/17, you get an accrual amount of $30.7 million, correct?
Based on the calculations with the assets that I have and those vintages of those calculations, that's what I would have received, and in order to come up with a remaining life rate that would be comparable to using the FAS 143 methodology.
Well, let's talk about that. You call it the FAS 143 methodology columns, the 4 and the 5. Obviously, you said on the stand earlier that you've reviewed Mr. Guerin's calculation of the impact of the PV method, correct?
I have reviewed his work, yes.
Yes, thank you. Now, and specifically this, where he says that the difference is 6.7 million, correct? You reviewed, that's the number you're reviewing?
That's the number that he has stated, yes.
Yes. Now, his 6.7 million number is also a difference between his calculation of the difference between a traditional method and the SFAS 143 method, correct?
He has gone through the comparison of doing the FAS 143 method to the calculations that were done that was not fully a detailed methodology of the remaining life process to compare his two. So it's not an apples-to-apples comparison based on the calculations. In addition to that, Mr. Guerin's calculations had some numbers that were not accurate that produced different impacts. So the combination of those two comparisons did not allow that 6.7 to be reasonable.
All right. Are you aware of the accrual amount? You reviewed his study, this calculation. Are you aware of the accrual amount that Mr. Guerin derived in doing this calculation for when he applied the SFAS 143 method?
I'm aware, based on his testimony, that there was a $16 million difference as to what was quoted.
No, I'm talking about when he did the calculation to come up with 6.7 million, he had a traditional method number, and then he had for accrual amount, and he had an SFAS 143 number for accrual amount. Are you aware of what his SFAS 143 method accrual amount was in that calculation?
I am aware of that number as I reviewed that calculation, and as I mentioned, there was significant errors in the numbers that I could not utilize that, and that's why I came up with this process to make sure we were comparing apples to apples.
And would you agree that his number was 26.3 million? If you want, you can do subject to check. Or if you need to look it up.
Your Honor, if he's referencing a number, if he has it, then he can show it to the witness.
I think that would require getting out the laptops, and I was hoping just to, get an agreement on what that number was.
That number, Mr. Fields, is not in Mr. Guerin's testimony?
It's not in his testimony. It's in his work papers.
Ah, okay. If you know. Mr. Spence.
Well, I can answer that his response to a data request produced a $26 million number, which I believe was the support in his rebuttal testimony, which is what I have stated was there were errors in that number, so I cannot necessarily agree with him at 26 million.
Okay.
I don't remember if it was 0.3 or point something up, but it was in the 26 million number.
Fair enough. I appreciate that answer. Thank you. So then the difference between your calculation and Mr. Guerin's calculation for the accrual amount was somewhere in the neighborhood of $700,000, correct?
I do not agree with that, given the calculation that produced $26.3 million had errors in it.
Well, I'm just talking about the difference between, you know, his number where he came to and where you ended up. He came to 26.3. He came to 26.3, and you came to 27. Correct?
I have $27 million for utilizing the Potomac Edison parameters. I have $27.9 million under FAS 143 for utilizing the 2013 Potomac Edison methodology, and I have the $30.8 million under FAS 143 with the 2005 Potomac Edison West Virginia parameters. So this presentation has three sets of numbers based on the calculations as of 12/31/17. It's not the test year, which was later in time.
All right. And you're aware that Mr. Guerin used a discount rate of 9.25% when he calculated that 6.7 million figure. Are you aware of that?
The 6.7 did utilize the 9.25% in inflation or discount rate.
And you used a 7.7% discount rate, correct?
7.75, yes.
Okay. And all else being equal, the difference in the discount, using a lower discount rate, well, let me start that over. All else being equal, using a higher discount rate is going to result in a lower accrual amount, correct?
A higher discount rate will create a lower accrual amount, particularly when you have lives that are longer and the net salvage percents that are not accurate. So when you put both of those things together, and in addition to that do not include the appropriate accumulated depreciation number, then all of those things combined are going to create a much bigger difference.
So those things are to combine to create the difference between 26.3 and 27. Correct?
No, there are many factors that create those things. I'm explaining to you that when you do that, the 26.3 number is not an accurate number to be working off of.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. I might just have a moment, Your Honor. Could I ask you to turn, I'm sorry, get close to the microphone. Could I ask you to turn to your rebuttal testimony, page 16? And we're going to talk about this table 1 that's already been discussed.
I am there.
Okay, thank you. And I think we've already established, okay, the column for PE Mon-Power current, that comes from your 2005 study, correct? 2005 or 2006, I'm not sure which.
The study was performed in 2006 as of 2005.
Okay. And PE Mon-Power 2013 study column is based on your study from 2013, correct?
Again, that was as of 2013, completed in 2014.
Okay. And, you know, it appears from this table that for a number of accounts, the updated study resulted in 5-year, sometime 10, 7, a number of accounts. It resulted in 5-year longer life expectancy. I may not be using the right word there, but that's what you came up with when you did that 2013 study versus the 2006, correct?
Well, to be accurate, you need to have an understanding of not only the average service lives, but the dispersion patterns, which are what's known as the survivor curves. Those things do impact the difference. We are only presenting the average service lives in this particular table to illustrate what we were trying to show in the differences. And yes, over an 8-year period of time, some of these asset classes have determined average service lives that are longer than they were in 2005. All of them being only a few year difference. There's not a significant 20 or 30 year difference over that period of time.
Okay, and those longer lives for the 2013 study, that would be a cause of the depreciation expense associated with that study being less than the Mon-Power current study depreciation expense. And I'm thinking back to Mr. Valdez's chart where he has the bars for each of those. And I don't want to turn to it and get into it, but this is a factor in reducing that expense amount, correct?
I can't guarantee agreement of that statement. You first need to, as I mentioned, understand the survivor curves. There are survivor curves that have an average life that is shorter, but a moded curve that would produce higher depreciation expense. So until you know all of that, I can't guarantee you that aspect.
Okay.
But depreciation rates are built on multiple factors that affect the rate. So we can't just look at a life. There is the net salvage component, there is also the plant to reserve ratio, and then the age distribution of the assets. When you take all those components in play, then you will know whether the rates go up or go down. In this particular example, I believe that the average service lives did produce, if I just isolated that component, did produce slightly less depreciation expense in that category.
Okay, thank you. Now, Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
Yes.
I have some.
Thank you. Thank you. One's fine. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Spanos and everyone else, I've handed out a packet of documents clipped together, and with any luck, everybody's packet is the same, but we'll find out. Could you look at the first page of the packet? It's the response to 28.8. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And this is actually, and
20 is your next one.
which one?
20.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as PE Exhibit 20, PE, OPC. If you'd
Are
only
we-
written the P like I had, you can fix that.
Are we marking
OPC
the
Exhibit 20.
Are we marking the entire exhibit? Or
No,
just
I'd like
the
to
first
mark them page by page,
Okay.
please.
So marked.
Thank you. And you provided this response,
This particular one, yes.
and this just confirms that I think what we've already talked about, that this is the results of a 2006, the PE Mon-Power current column is results of a 2006 depreciation study conducted by your firm, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could turn to the next page, and that is the response to OPC Exhibit 20 to OPC DR 26.4. Your Honor, I would request to mark that as OPC Exhibit 21.
So marked.
And this is a response that you provided, correct, Mr. Spanos?
Yes, along with the attachment.
Yes, and the question is provide any and all industry statistics relied upon by Mr. Spanos in preparation of his rebuttal testimony. And then you say you have not relied on any industry statistics in the preparation of his rebuttal testimony. However, he has considered estimates of other electric utilities. And then you provide this attachment, correct?
Yes, and I think it's important to understand the difference between relied upon and considered. And I think as part of the analysis, considerations are taking in all the components of your life analysis, and that includes the judgment as well as industry estimates of others. I do not just pick an estimate from another one and say that's the one I'm going to use. So that's the difference in why I've written the response that way, and then given you a large number of companies and their specific life estimates.
Okay. Your Honor, thank you for that, because that answer threw me off a little bit. Your Honor, I would like to mark the attachment as OPC Exhibit 22. Since we didn't staple them together, I thought it would be easier to mark them separately. Or we can mark them together.
I think I prefer to mark them together.
All right.
So that it's not...
OPC 21 and the attachment.
Yes.
I would say OPC 21 will be the response and the attachment. Okay,
Thank you.
If we could, we'll come back to that one, Mr. Spanos, but if we could go to the next one. That is your response to OPC 28.9, correct?
Yes, it is.
And, Your Honor, then I'd like to mark this one as OPC Exhibit 22.
So marked.
And now here we ask specifically about the industry range column in this chart. And we ask for the basis, and you respond that the sets forth the most commonly utilized average service lives by other electric utilities for the distribution assets and general and planned accounts 389 and 390. Examples of the estimates of others are presented in the attachment to the response to data request OPC set 26 in question 4. You see that? That's an accurate response?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then if we could turn to the next one, please. That is your response to OPC Exhibit 30.3. And, Your Honor, I'd like to mark that as OPC Exhibit 23.
So marked.
And here we asked again, identify the source of the industry statistics. And here you say the sources of the industry statistics provided in 26.4 Attachment A are depreciation studies performed by Gannett Fleming, which is, of course, your firm, correct?
Yes, and I think it's a key point because all of these estimates and studies, which are multiple, emphasize estimates that all of the key information in determining a life component and a net salvage component are known, such as doing a full comprehensive depreciation study where all the interviews and field work and statistical analysis and scrubbing of the data, all of that is known. So we're comparing apples to apples and understanding that. My firm does a lot of depreciation studies. I'm aware of what others have done. I know that they fit into the same range, but because I don't know all of those components, I could not include them in this document.
Yeah, I guess my question then is, why didn't you call this column the Gannett Fleming range?
As I mentioned, that I'm aware of what others are utilizing, so I'm comfortable with the fact that this includes the industry statistics based on the number of studies that we do all across the United States. So that's why I'm comfortable with that being an industry document. So the other firms or other utilities, I'm aware of what their estimates are, but I don't have all of the history as to the key elements for them. So that's why I've discussed it this way, and because there is no true industry statistic that includes every study ever been done. So that's why this is the most representative industry statistics document there is.
Okay. If we could look at the next document in this stack, it's the response to OPC question DR 7.18. Now this was provided by Mr. Adams. It has the current lives and net salvage percentages and mortality curves from the 94 study, I believe. Is that right?
It has the average service lives, not the curves, just the average service lives. It has net salvage percents and the applied depreciation rates. The curves, excuse me, are off to the right.
Yes. Now, this information was available to you when you were writing your rebuttal testimony, correct?
Yes, I was aware of these.
Yes, but you didn't include a column in your table here to include the current lives, correct?
I did not include the current lives as part of that table for PE Maryland.
Is there a particular reason why you didn't do that?
In my opinion, when reviewing this information, I considered it. I felt that there was enough periods of time with the data that I looked at that a full comparison of something that happened 23 years ago would not necessarily be the best representation. And given that the PE West Virginia studies that I performed, I was very familiar with all of the components. They're under the same management team, so the practices and policies are more representative of what's going on today with PE Maryland. I did not conduct this particular study back in '94, so I could not understand all of those impacts. So that's why I did not include it in that table.
Okay. So first, I think, Your Honor, I might have neglected to mark this exhibit. If I have, I would like to mark it as OPC Exhibit 24.
So marked.
So I take it from what you're saying that that you considered these service lives from '94 to be from a study so long ago that you didn't want to rely on them, correct?
That wasn't the complete part of my answer. The fact that I did not do all of the comprehensive work in doing a study for these, I don't know how they were arrived. I have not seen the data for these, so I could not base any judgment as to how these were put together. I can tell you that in some cases the average service lives are exactly what I would have expected at that time, and in many cases what I would expect today. The net salvage percents, I think, are a little bit low. They're not as negative as what we see today. The dispersion patterns or mortality curves are type curves that I would expect for some of these, but not all of them. So when I put all of that together, this was not something I could measure given the request that I had to review the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Guerin.
All right, thank you. If we could go back in the stack to the OPC 21, which is the OPC 26.4 Attachment A, which is the data from your firm. And does this document include? Is this studies? Is this the results of studies performed by your company, or results of or approved lives and curves for these various companies?
The presentation is studies that we have performed And in most cases, I feel comfortable saying that the estimates were also what was approved. Not every single estimate on here, because there are some that go through stipulations, so they don't give a specific answer. But I feel very comfortable with the fact that the lives in these particular studies, which have all been done in the last 10 years, are pretty close to what's being utilized today.
All right. Well, let's just take a look at a little bit of this. If we look at your table, let's take account 361. Mr. Guerin has proposed a life of 75 years. Current Mon Power is 50. Mon Power 2013 is 55, and you say the industry range is 45 to 70. Do you see that? Did I read that right?
Account 361.1, structures and improvements.
Yes.
And yes, Mr. Guerin came in with a 75-year average life. The two Mon Powers are in the 50s, and the typical industry range is 45 to 70.
All right. And could I ask you to look at OPC Exhibit 7, your company's list of companies here, and tell me the account 361 life for company number 21.
Company 21 has a life of 75 years.
Okay. So that is above what you're referred to in your chart as typical industry range, correct?
Yes, I view that to be an outlier based on account 361. You have to understand the type of structures that are in that count. Many of them are prefab steel structures. There are some that are masonry type structures or brick structures, and there are some that are in cities that would be concrete blocks and part of buildings. So until you go out and look at facilities, you can't make a straight comparison. And based on my understanding of the PE Maryland type structures, that's why I didn't include them in the typical industry range, is because the 75 R2.5 had different structures than the comparison of the others in this category.
All right. Let's look at let's look down at account. Well, actually, staying with 361. 361. If you could look at OPC Exhibit 24, which is the response to data request 718, which has the current lives. I see that currently approved for PE Maryland is 45 years for that account. Am I correct?
Average service life of 45 with an R3 type curve. And again, I emphasize the combination of the two is very important.
Okay, but that's significantly outside of what you call your typical industry range, correct?
No, I say my typical industry range is 45 to 70, so it is on the lower end. PE Mon Power in 05 and PE Mon Power in 2013 were 50 and 55. So again, understanding the type of structure that PE has in their substation equipment, or excuse me, their substation structures is the key element here, and why it's still within that 45 to 70 range.
All right. Let's look at the meters category, and in your chart, you have Mr. Guerin has proposed 45 years, and then you have an typical industry range of 20 to 40. Do you see that for 370 meters?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And could you tell me for company 42 what it shows in your company statistics for meters?
Company 42 has a 51-year average life. And again, the understanding of meters and the reason why the range is 20 to 40 years is because you have to know whether the particular companies have already gone through a conversion to smart meters or whether they are using the old standard meters and whether they plan to go forward. And in some cases, you have to know whether there's a sub-account where the new meters have been already segregated out and that this represents metering equipment. So unless you know that specifically with this information, you can't do a straight typical comparison or a comparison and why they're outside the typical industry range. So it's very important as we keep going through these that you understand how these estimates are developed, which you can only do unless you have experienced the process and how the company operates.
And I take it your answer would be the same for Company 71 and Company 49 that also have lives in this table that are outside your industry range?
Yes, those lives represent metering equipment, which has already been segregated out by the new meters that are in service, which are what I view to be smart meters.
Well, wait a minute. So you're saying that changing to smart meters is the reason why these particular companies have longer lives, longer expected service lives for their meters than the typical industry range. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm suggesting is that when you convert from standard meters to the new smart meter type, you're going to have a smart meter component that has a much shorter life. What's left in that meter category would only be metering equipment or meter installations depending on how they categorize their assets. So you're not comparing just the solid state meters, which is at the 20 to 40 range. So there's a segregation of the assets, and in many of these there's a footnoted rate for the new meters, which would be 15 or 20 years.
And Potomac Edison does not plan to replace their meters. Is that your understanding?
I have not talked to them about it. I haven't done a comprehensive study. Obviously, for their PE, the 2006 and 2013, their lives are in the 40 and 38 year range, so it does not look like they've made that conversion as of that time.
Well, let's. I wanted to ask you about that. If I look at OPC 718, which is OPC Exhibit 24, for account 370, it's showing an estimated service life of 32 years. Correct?
It does show an average life of 32 years with an R2 type curve.
Okay. All right, so if we look back at your chart here, where we see typical industry range, we now know that that is based on data that of studies performed by your company, some of which have been approved, some not because they were involved in settlements. Additionally, you applied some of your own judgment to creating that range. And we know that some of the data that's in your statistics are outside of these typical industry ranges, correct?
I think that's a little bit beyond the comparison of what we see here in the document. There's 90 companies here. I think that's a pretty good representation of the industry. And I think when you're comparing the Mon-Power assets to the typical industry range, the table represents itself.
And sure everybody will be glad to hear. I'm not going to dive into any more of those company numbers. But I do want to look again at your chart here. And if we could just... I think we already talked about... we talked about 361 with the... has a life of 45. I'm looking at... If we look at the actual lives in OPC 718, the current service lives, it has 45, which you have at the low end of your range. If we look at 362, station equipment, the current life is 38 years, which is outside of your typical industry range, correct?
38 years is outside, but again, you have to focus on the mortality curve, which is an R1, which means the maximum life goes out to 75 years. So understanding the curve and how that dispersion is important to understand the industry range and what the estimate you're looking at is.
Goes out to 70 years, okay. All right, thank you. Now, the SFAS method, that's also used in District of Columbia, is that correct?
It's a slightly different method, and it's only used for utilities that have also sister Maryland companies.
Okay. And that method is also used in Kansas, correct?
No, I do not agree with that. It's not an exclusively used method. The FAS 143 method is only used in Maryland exclusively.
Oh, so it's been used sometimes in Kansas. Is that what you're saying?
I've seen it being presented, but in most cases the Kansas method is the net salvage method that's known as traditional, and that's known by almost all, it's done by almost all states except for Maryland.
Almost all. Okay. I mean, I want to understand this, what you're saying exactly about exclusively. Are you saying that Maryland is the only jurisdiction exclusively using SFAS 143, and there's other jurisdictions that use that method as well as other methods?
I've only seen one other area, which is the District of Columbia, that has used any form of FAS 143. All other states that I've been involved in use the standard traditional method of accruals that are using an accrual method. There is the state of Pennsylvania that does not use an accrual method. But for those that use an accrual method, Maryland is the only one that exclusively uses FAS 143, and their methodology in applying that is different than anywhere else that I've seen or any other methods that have been proposed that were then rejected.
Have you done studies for utilities in Kansas?
Yes, I have. I have not done one in the last 5 years, but I have done work in Kansas.
Okay. All right. I believe we have one last document in our stack. That is the response to OPC Exhibit 26.6. You see that? And that was provided by you, correct?
I do see it, and yes, it was provided by me.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to mark that as OPC Exhibit 24.
25.
5.
So marked.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Spanis. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Do you want to move
Yes.
these exhibits?
20 on. Yes, Your Honor. OPC moves exhibits OPC 20 to OPC 25.
Are there any
No
objections?
objection, Your Honor.
They are admitted. Thank you very much, Mr. Fields.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Dean.
Good afternoon, Mr. Spanos.
Good afternoon.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
I've handed you a document that's been marked as PE Exhibit Number 30. It consists of the response to OPC Data Request 28-2. Was this prepared by you?
Mr. Dean, let us find that, if you would. Company Exhibit 30.
30.
Are you asking about all of the attachments within this exhibit or just the first page?
All the attachments to it.
I did respond to all of these. Yeah, they were prepared by me.
Thank you. This was previously entered into the record without authorization. Authentication, I should say.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've passed out a document. This was previously entered as Potomac Edison Exhibit Number 40. However, I have also attached several spreadsheets which were provided as showing how the numbers in Attachment A were calculated, which were provided by Potomac Edison. Do you recognize this work?
Yes, I do.
And, for example, the first attachment, which is marked as, or described at the top, at the bottom as existing Maryland estimates, 1993 study traditional methods. What am I trying to say here? That comes out in the column that says accrual rate for total plant of 2.76, and you can see that in the attachment A column for existing Potomac Edison approved rates of 2.76.
Yes, using the traditional method, as you've mentioned, with the existing Maryland estimates, you can see the composite rate does come out to 2.76, which includes intangible plant, distribution plant, and general plant. That 2.76 is the 30.7 million divided into the 1.1 billion in plant using the remaining life method. So, and traditional accrual for net salvage.
And each of the other rates here for either the traditional method or the SFAS 143 method is included in one of these attachments, correct?
Yes, I think one of them has it flip-flop, but yes, they are identified. You can see the extra columns in the traditional method using the 7.75 discount rate because you have to take into consideration the ratio of the theoretical reserve to the actual reserve in order to properly calculate the expense.
Thank you. Staff would like to mark this as staff exhibit number 23.
So marked.
And looking at that first spreadsheet, I see down at the bottom there's a curve that's called 20-SQ. Could you just describe what kind of curve that is and why it's used?
A square curve represents no dispersion pattern. So in the case when you use a square curve, which is very common for general plant amortization accounting, you do not anticipate any retirements occurring to those assets until they hit the period of time. So in this case, when you see a 20 square, all assets will stay on the books for 20 years and then get retired at age 20. That's the purpose, so that you don't have to maintain that, and it's a lot of assets to keep track of with very little ability to monitor them, because they're small tools and equipment. So it's very common to use this methodology for general plan accounts that have many assets with no dispersion pattern to recover.
Thank you. Now, turning to a different subject, could you describe the general steps that have to be taken when a company decides to do a depreciation study?
Well, there's two different stages. The first stage is the company going through the process of deciding they want to do a study. What types of things need to be prepared? Obviously, you have to go out and get an RFP, and you have to go out and assemble the data that needs to be categorized. All those steps are done by the company. Once they have determined a process to go forward, then you get into conducting a full depreciation study. And I think at that point, that's when you start taking the data, assembling it, scrubbing the data, asking specific questions about the data to make sure you understand that data, going forward with doing field visits, talking to the company to understand their plans and expectations, presenting your results, making edits to that because of the additional things that you learn based on the expectations of the company going forward with their assets, putting together a final report, and then following that report. So there's two different stages. The early stage work that's done by the company just to prepare themselves. Is the study going to be part of a rate case? That's a factor. So all of those things get done initially. Once the consultant comes on board to do the study, then you go through all those steps that I went through. So that could depend. If it's a repeat assignment and you have all of that early data available to you, then the process is a little bit shorter than if you're doing it for the first time and have to collect the entire history of the data. So it varies in time. I think it should be anticipated from when the company starts their process to when the study is completed. It's going to be a good year.
And when you say a good year, you mean from the time that they decide or from the time that they contact the consulting firm?
I think it's safer to say when they start to move forward. The consulting firm, I would say for myself, doing a new study, a 6-month process, which is what we've seen happen in the Mon Power work, is pretty standard for a new study. However, that was after the company started their work. So I think the company itself is going to, in most cases, take a year. That includes my work.
Thank you. Do you know of any particular difficulties that Potomac, Edison, Maryland would have in conducting a new study?
I'm not aware of any. I have not talked to them about that as to their process. I know that it takes a lot of steps, and they are organized in a fashion that their shared services groups aren't all sitting in Maryland, so that, obviously you have a handful of people that you will be working with to be able to conduct a study in my perspective. But other than those things, I'm not aware of any. But I haven't talked to them about it either.
Thank you. If I haven't done so, I'd like to move staff exhibit number 23 into the administrative record.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
It is admitted.
Thank you very much. Staff has no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Good afternoon, Mr. Spanos. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Spanos, something that you just said. Oh, I'm sorry. Redirect. I apologize.
I don't have any. Thank you, Your
You're
Honor.
welcome to it. If you'd like, Mr. Gunderson, I didn't mean to jump the gun.
I do not. Thank you.
All right. You're sure?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Spanos. Sorry. Something that you said just sparked something. You said that if it's a repeat assignment, it might be it might take a little less time. Would you say that since we've had testimony that Monongahela Power is similar, is basically the same company as Potomac Edison, there's jurisdictional separation, but they have the same assets and processes and so on and so forth, and that you did a study in 2013 with respect to Monongahela Power, would that be if you were to be within the next year or so to be asked to do a study of Potomac Edison, Maryland, would that be a repeat assignment in your view?
No, I can't say that would be a repeat assignment because of the fact I don't have all the historical data specific to PE Maryland. However, a lot of the information and knowledge that I've received doing my 2 studies for Monongahela Power, both on the PE side and on the major group side, that in itself gives me a lot of information that will potentially shorten the process. But I still will have to go through all of the steps of getting the data, scrubbing the data, statistically analyzing the data, doing field visits. But I can utilize some of that information to help me understand how decisions are made with their capital assets. So that's an important factor as part of my informed judgment, that those things will be shortened because of the fact that the learning curve of how decisions are made with assets. For example, do they use a repair process versus replacement process? Is that a driver? Have they gone through a meter program? Is that part of that we've discussed already? Those are things that I'll know those answers, and I can make my judgments accordingly and have that information. So there is a little bit of a reduction, but I still think there'd be this would be considered a first-time assignment for me, and I think you'd be looking at it as a 6-month project once I get started.
Okay, thank you. So on page 8 of your testimony, around line 15, that you said it wouldn't be appropriate to establish new depreciation rates in this proceeding without a comprehensive study, as the results are likely to be unreliable. So do you believe it's appropriate to rely on a 25-year-old study? Do you think that will produce is a reliable indicator of rates?
Given my review of where the rates were and my knowledge of PE based on the 2013 studies, I think that is a better representation than what I have seen in presented in this case. So in my opinion, a 25-year-old study, there have been changes that have occurred. Some of those will increase depreciation expense, some of those will decrease depreciation expense. The overall composite rate are within reason. So under that category, it wasn't critical that, in my mind, the depreciation study wasn't done and moving forward, but I would feel more comfortable using estimates that were similar to PE West Virginia because of the fact it's a little more up to date. So if that's answering your question, I think
Well, when you say better than what you've seen in this case, do you mean better than what's been presented by Mr. Guerin?
Yeah, I think the analysis that was done by Mr. Guerin had some errors and some flaws in it that kept it from being reasonable life characteristics and reasonable utilization of the FAS 143 method. So with those things particularly, I'm concerned with utilizing that as an option. So
right. So if what you're saying is that it's using what they currently have is better than using what Mr. Guerin proposes, but is it a reliable indicator of what the rate should be? Sort of separate, not comparing it to what Mr. Guerin says the rate should be, but just, saying it is, in your view, is it a reliable indicator as what the rate should be?
The overall composite rate is within what my expectations are for the industry. I would prefer not to be, I would not recommend to PE that they should keep using 25-year-old parameters. That's my opinion. And obviously I haven't talked to them about that, but that's my opinion, that you learn more, things change within your asset base, that you would want to have an estimate. Now, my expectation from doing other studies, particularly the West Virginia studies, is the 25-year-old estimates for PE Maryland are better than what's been presented by OPC. So if I was to choose between my two options, I definitely feel a 25-year-old study is much more representative of the assets going forward for PE Maryland.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Richard.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. This has been very enlightening. I pretty much had the exact same types of questions as Commissioner Herman, but I just want to see if I'm understanding you correctly. Are we basically faced with two suboptimal options, a 25-year-old study or a study that you don't necessarily, you find there are lots of flaws?
Based on what I've read, and again, I've only been involved on the depreciation side over the last month and a half, or I guess almost 2 months now. I do feel that although it's 25 years old, that study is a better representation than what OPC.
Right. I was just trying to pick up for what I thought I just heard you say to Commissioner Herman, though. You would recommend, though, to the company that they should update their study. 25-year for using those same parameters would not be optimal. Is that a good summary of what I think you just said?
Yeah, obviously I'm in the depreciation industry, so I like doing depreciation studies. But aside from that, I would, recommend to them that you might want to look at doing a study relatively soon. I can't guarantee that your rates are going to change one way or another, but I do think that you might want to revisit that because you're starting to get a different nature. For example, just to hopefully help out a little bit, substation equipment. You had oil breakers and electromechanical relays at that location. Those are major assets. Now you have a lot more SF6 or gas breakers and microprocessor relay equipment. They have different life characteristics. Those things have happened over the last 25 years, and you're starting to get more. So with that in itself, I would encourage them to go forward with a study because you have different asset base. Those assets have a shorter life than what they replaced. So that makes a big, an issue in place, but you have to keep that in mind. Transformers today are built much differently than they were 25, 30, 40 years ago. The tolerances that they can handle and how they're utilized and the load that's put on them are different, that they're not going to last the 50, 60 years that were anticipated 40, 50 years ago when they were put in. So taking that into consideration, those are reasons why you want to look at doing another study. So I think those are factors as to why I would recommend that they consider it.
Okay. And I think you heard our own staff, the PSC staff, had suggested that a study should be done every 3 to 5 years. So in your expert opinion, when a utility comes to you and says, hey, how often should we do a depreciation study? How often should we update this study? What's your response to those utilities?
I usually say 5 to 6 is probably the best thing, but I have recommended 3. I think that those are the most ideal, but I will tell you I've done many studies that hadn't been done for 25 years, so that's not unheard of. But my recommendation would be to do one a little more frequently than 25 years.
Okay, and then with the work you do around the country, what do you think the industry average is? If you were just to look across all utilities, how frequently do those utilities update their depreciation studies?
I would say each has certain rules in place. Some are based on rate cases, but in general, I think the most common practice is a 5-year cycle.
Great. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All of my questions have been asked and answered, so I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Once again, Mr. Spanos, thank you for your testimony. And I believe we now move on to our next staff witness.
Staff would call Mr. Lowe. Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Lowe. Could
Good
you tell me your position here at the commission?
My position is electrical engineering at the PSC Maryland.
Thank you. Do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony and Exhibits of Christopher Lowe, dated November 20, 2018, consisting of 18 pages of testimony and some exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, I prepared it.
Do you have any changes or corrections to this document?
No, I do not.
If asked the same questions, would your answers be the same today?
Yes.
Staff would like to mark this as Staff Exhibit number 24.
So marked.
Do you have a second document entitled The Sir Rebuttal Testimony of Christopher Lowe, dated January 16, 2019, consisting of 5 pages of testimony?
Yes, I do.
And was this document prepared by you?
Yes, I prepared it.
Do you have any corrections or changes to this document?
No, I do not.
And if asked the same questions, your answers would be the same?
Yes.
Staff would like to mark this as Staff Exhibit number 25.
So marked.
Staff would like to move Staff Exhibits 24 and 25 into the administrative record.
No objection.
No objection, they're admitted.
And do these 2 documents constitute your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, Mr. Lowe is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Trout.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Lowe.
Good afternoon.
Could we open your Sir Rebuttal testimony to page 3?
Okay.
And I just have one line of questions for you this afternoon. On page 3, starting at line 3, you discuss benefits to society from reliability improvements. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that reducing the number and duration of customer outages during a major storm event is a benefit to society and to customers?
I would say it would benefit the customers. Yes.
Okay. And would you also agree that if you look just at the annual SAIDI and SAFE reliability calculations for an electric utility here in Maryland, those numbers wouldn't capture any reduction in duration or number of major storm outages because major storm outages don't get included in those SAIDI and SAFE calculations?
Yes, I would say that's correct.
Okay. Would you expect that accelerating and enhancing tree trimming would help to reduce the number and duration of customer outages from a major storm event, everything else being equal?
Well, based on the evidence and data provided to the company, I believe that having, let's say, the 4-year vegetation management 4-year cycles, that will definitely reduce the number of tree-related outages, and that the customer will benefit from that.
Thank you. And would you also expect that the installation of, and please forgive me if I get this wrong, electronic single pole tripping reclosers, like those that are proposed by in Mr. McGettigan's testimony as part of the EDIS, that installation of those kinds of reclosers also has the potential to reduce the number and duration of outages arising from a major storm?
I know that the new type of closer will only interrupt a single phase of the circuit, and again, based on the data provided by the company, there's a benefit in terms of SAVE or even MAVE, because they will definitely reduce the momentary interruptions, and these are the benefits the customer will realize.
And that benefit would include benefits during major storm events?
I believe so.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Trout. Mr. Fields.
Mr. Lowe, William Fields for the Office of People's Counsel. If I could direct your attention to your direct testimony, page 14. You provide a benefit cost figure there, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, that is a system-wide cost-benefit number, correct?
That number is based on the total, the combination of all EDIS programs.
Right. But that's for all. That's taking all customers together, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it is based on the ICE calculator to come up with the benefits in dollars terms, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Lanzillotta commented on that in his rebuttal testimony. You recall that?
Yes.
And if we look at your surrebuttal, pages 1 and 2, you respond to Mr. Lanzillotta's point there, correct?
Correct.
And you say, Mr. Lanzillotta pointed out that residential customers will be paying most, 68.73% of the cost of the EDIS, while commercial and industrial customers will receive most of the reliability benefit, 97.01%. And you ask the question, do you agree with that? And you say partially. Do you see where I am?
Yes.
Okay. So my first question is, do you dispute his characterization of the amount of the surcharge that will be paid by residential customers?
I'm not disputing the fact that the ICE calculator assigned majority of benefits to commercial and industrial customers, and there's only about 2.9% goes to residential customer.
Right.
What I don't agree with Mr. Lanzillotta's position is that the models of there's other societal benefits is not captured in this model, and I can give you a quick example, but it's also stated in my rebuttal testimony. Societal benefits such as improve public safety or public health.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to ask you about that. Let's go. Let's start on page 2. Let me just look here. All right. if we look on page 2, starting at line 9, you say, I agree with witness Lanzalotta is correct when looking at benefits in terms of economic savings. Then you say, however, staff also noted in case number 9353, and then you go on to quote, I think from there on page 2 over to page 3, line 6, that is a quote from staff comments in 9353. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go back to the beginning of the quote, it says, staff noted in 9353, I'm on line 11 on page 2, customers' added value of service reliability can be quantified by the willingness of customers to pay for service reliability. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that incorporated in the ICE calculation?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any evidence in this case of the particular willingness to pay for additional reliability benefits of Potomac, Edison, Maryland customers?
I don't recall the exact number, but in case 9353, all the companies conduct their customer perception survey, and the percentage of customer willingness to pay for improved reliability is very low, I would say.
Okay. I think that answer you're referring to something in case 9353, but is there any evidence in this record of Potomac, Edison, Maryland customers' willingness to pay?
No.
Okay. And then going on in the quote, measures, now I'm at the bottom of 2 going on to 3, measures of the added value of service reliability include reported economic losses, net of benefits, and measurements of customers willing to pay to avoid service unreliability or their willingness to accept compensation for it. Is that also part of the ICE calculator?
Yes.
Okay. So then you go on to say, and now still you're quoting from staff comments in 9353, correct, where you say, these measures of added value of service reliability do not measure all societal benefits that result from liability improvements. You say they do not, for example, account for such benefits as improved public safety or public health that result from avoided widespread electric service interruptions. That's all from the earlier staff comments, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we go back to your page 2 of your rebuttal, if we look at the EDIS program, Mr. Trout just asked you about vegetation management. Now, if I asked you about underground cable, that is not, that is a proactive replacement program. That's not going to impact performance in a widespread outage situation, is it?
I'm sorry, which program?
Underground cable replacement.
And can you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Yes, that my understanding is that's a proactive replacement of aged underground cable. So wouldn't it be true there's no reason to expect that that's going to have any material impact on the reliability performance in a major storm situation?
Well, there'll be a benefit because the cable right now not only is aging, but also is not insulated, and this type of cable will degrade at a much faster rate because of the water or the moisture underground.
So, well, I guess, well, maybe we can agree to this. It would provide a benefit for whatever customers are reliant on that particular piece of cable. Is that right?
Yes.
And also the distribution automation program, my understanding is this is to, add some number of distribution automation schemes. Would you also agree with this, the benefit of that would be targeted to whatever customers happen to be served by the circuits for which they're going to add these distribution automation schemes?
It depends on how many customers impacted by this DA scheme.
Okay. And then on rebuttal page 3, you believe that Mr. Lancelot, I'm looking at lines 8 to 10, and you believe that his, you say that his point there should be rejected. Now, are you saying that that point should be rejected in full and that the Commission should give no consideration to the point of which customers are having to pay for this, these incremental programs?
I'm rejecting the part where it says his position does not account for other societal benefits, and those benefits are not captured in this ICE calculator.
Okay. So do you think the Commission should give some consideration to the fact that the ICE calculator assigns only 3% of the benefit to residential customers, but they will be asked to pay 68% for these incremental programs?
Well, my principle, when I'm conducting this analysis, my principle was that it wasn't my attempt to separate the customer by class or allocate this benefits or cost between commercial, industrial, and the residential. When I'm looking at this EDIS programs, I review all the incremental and accelerated benefits and the cost, and qualitatively comparing to what the company proposed in 9353. And keep in mind that those reliability programs in 9353 are the base reliability expenditures. So I believe it is a good comparison using the ICE calculation. So on that basis, I calculate that the final value of reliability benefits using this ICE calculator, and also based on the evidence and the data from the company, this program in fact is over and above what is required to meet the minimum reliability standard.
Thank you for that. I think I understand your point with respect to the 9353 standards, that they're system-wide and everybody, everybody will be paying a share of that based on the system allocations. But what I'm really having trouble understanding is don't you think that the Commission should give some consideration to the reliability benefits to individual customer classes when considering these incremental or additional efforts that are going to affect some parts of the system and not others?
Well, first of all, there are over 80% of the customer are residential, so it's hard to believe that there's only 3% of the customers benefit from this reliability improvement. And also, the purpose of my calculations is that when I look at this EDIS program, I look at all of them as a whole, and compared to what's in 9353. If this EDIS program is said to be accelerated and incremental, we hope this program it should be more effective compared to what's in 9353 case. And I proved to be the case, and because the cost-benefit ratio is higher than what's in 9353, and also the dollars spent per save is also lower than what's in 9353 case, and therefore I believe this EDIS programs are much more cost efficient.
The 3%, I just want to make sure we're clear about the 3%. The 3% benefit is not 3% of the customers, it's 3% of the monetary value of the reliability benefit as calculated by ICE, correct?
Essentially, the value of the overall reliability benefits is the avoided interruption cost.
Right, and ICE, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And because the model is based upon the fact that the economic loss for the industrial or commercial customers are much higher than the residential customers during the power interruptions, and that's why this model assigns most of the benefits to the commercial and industrial customers.
Okay, so let's see if I understand what you're saying. For the same outages, the ICE calculator assigns monetary benefits to each customer class, and then you are adding all that together. Is that right?
I did not add everything together, just the way the model is built, and the calculator automatically generate the final number.
Oh, okay. I didn't mean mechanically, but your numbers, there's a monetary benefit for industrial customers and commercial customers, and then there's according to Mr. Lanzolata, there's a much smaller monetary benefit for residential customers that comes from the ICE calculator, and then I think you're saying the ICE calculator combines those three to get a total benefit, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lowe. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. Any redirect, Mr. Dean?
Staff has no redirect.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Lowe. Thank
Good
you
afternoon.
for your testimony. Mr. Lowe, has reliability been a concern for Potomac Edison, in your view?
Well, they did post the 0.97 SAVE in 2017, but they also missed SAVE twice in the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say, I wouldn't say they have a stellar performance,
Mm-hmm.
but I think they always are room for improvement.
Okay. And has there been, to your knowledge, any concern with respect to safety for PE?
I do know that, just an example, tree-related outages has been a #1 cause, not just for PE, but all across Maryland, all the major companies.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's something they need to address.
Okay. Do you know whether there's been concerns with respect to customer satisfaction for Potomac Edison, Maryland?
I don't recall the percentage of the customer satisfaction based on their reliability performance.
Mm-hmm.
But again, the survey is based on a smaller number of respondents, so it's hard to use that number and then say that customer whether are satisfied or dissatisfied with their performance. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I guess if you could turn to page 13 of your direct testimony.
I'm there.
You've got these incremental, I'm looking at the row that says incremental safe, excuse me, safety. I'm going to let Commissioner Richard and Commissioner start. Excuse me.
Let's see. Well, I was picking up kind of the same train. Let me first ask the question asked Mr. Valcarani yesterday.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Is your mic turned on?
you know it's not. It's good. All right, now we can start. Let me just start with a question I asked Mr. Valcarengi, yes, I think it was yesterday, just about the surcharge.
Yes.
We talked a little bit about the circumstances when, when PEPCO and BG implemented their, was it the DRI and GRI programs. Do you believe the same circumstances exist today, that there's almost an emergency that we need to address, that we've got policymakers in Annapolis really unhappy, up in arms over the responses after a couple of huge storms? I mean, are we in that same circumstance that would I guess drive us to create a similar type of program as those two earlier BG, which I guess still hasn't sunsetted, PEPCO's has, but just give me the best argument for
Yes,
a surcharge rather than a traditional rate-making principle.
I think we've been fortunate that we didn't have that kind of storm in terms of magnitude compared to what we had back in 2012 or even 2010. But the company should continue to focus on improving their system in terms of reliability. And I believe this EDIS programs, they do provide that incremental and also accelerated work that they can be expected to have to provide the reliability to the customers. So that was my principle when I look at this programs, whether they provide extra safety improvement to the customers. And this program also provide a certainty to the customer in reliability.
Okay. So, I mean, I think your chart that I think we were all turned to for Commissioner Herman on page 13, and also your description of the ICE scores indicate, yes, this seems to be a very sound program. But again, other than, I mean, maybe I'm just hearing you that if we don't do the surcharge method, then they won't do it. Is that the argument why we should consider the surcharge, because the company wouldn't proceed with either any of these the three programs, or four? I guess there are four programs. Sorry.
Well, I do know that with the vegetation management, if the program is not approved, they would just stick with the 5 years.
Okay.
But I'm not sure of the other programs. But if they willing to spend this kind of money, I think they do recognize what kind of benefits they would bring to the customers.
Okay, so it really is, if we don't go the route that the company's requesting, then we're not going to get these
Correct.
incremental and,
Yes.
and accelerated programs.
That's correct.
Okay. And then, I guess, kind of maybe that same kind of vein, when we set the SAIDI and safety standards, the metrics that are encompassed in RM43, maybe you could make the argument that we have set where we deem customer satisfaction, customer happiness is. And if a company is achieving that level, how do we justify, how do we make the argument to ratepayers that we know you're already happy with the amount you're paying and the service you're getting, but we want to charge you a little more? How do we make that argument? we've already deemed that if the company achieves this level of service, our customers are happy. The service is, already at a high Maryland standard. So how do we justify that charge to the customer?
Yeah, just pick an example, the underground replacement program, because the age of the program, the company recognized that they need to replace the program. The cables to have insulated cable that will definitely reduce the safety or safety, and this kind of benefits the customer not necessarily realize that until a power outage comes. So that's something the company projected. There will be an increased number of power outage because the cable failure, and now they're talking about the reactive approach to fix this cable. I believe that in the long run, it wouldn't be efficient to do this repair work because I think it would be more costly to just fix it when it happens.
Okay.
So it's essential, critical to have the more proactive approach to address this problem, like this underground cable. So
it's kind of like an insurance policy that the company will continue to hit the safety
Right.
standards and maybe additional resilience, maybe that if in extreme circumstances.
Right.
Is that kind of what you're
I think
saying?
that-
Why we should pay extra for what
Yeah.
otherwise is, as the company says, is exemplary service.
Right, and I remember the company witness, Mr. McGannigan, saying there's a greater risk of failing this target. So I think this program will definitely help them to meet the target, the standard, moving forward.
All right, great, thank you. I guess I can stop tap dancing here, and we have Commissioner Herman back. So
I apologize. So, back to the recloser program. On the chart, it seems like the incremental safety improvement seems pretty. I understand that the cost is relatively low, 2.91 million. Is that right?
Yes.
But the benefit seems relatively small as well. Am I reading that correctly? The incremental improvement?
I think if you just look at the incremental safety improvement compared to other programs, the numbers, that's more. But if you look at the in terms of avoided customer interruptions or even the overall cost effectiveness, is comparable to other programs too.
Okay. So my other question is related to the vegetation management portion of the EDIS program. When you made your recommendation, were you aware that the Commission has in the past not approved these kind of surcharge programs for O&M costs that are O&M costs?
I am aware of that, yes.
Okay, and you still think that we should do the O&M as well as the
And
capital costs for the vegetation management program?
I do know that there's a portion of O&M expenses, but also there's a portion of capital cost too. But again, when I did this analysis, I look at the incremental benefits. What kind of benefits you will bring to the customer consistently in an annual basis from switching to 5 years to 4 years. So that was my main principle, and that came to my conclusion that this program should be eligible for a surcharge.
Right. And I noted that were you listening when staff witness Poboreski was testifying?
Yes.
Okay. She seemed somewhat concerned with the December projections that the company provided. Did you hear that?
I don't recall.
You don't recall. Okay. Well, let's hypothetically,
Okay.
if she were concerned with the December projections, would that cause you any current concern with respect to PE's ability to forecast what its costs are actually going to be under these programs?
From the engineering perspective, I don't think it would be a concern because my analysis based on projected benefits over the cost of 4 years, so I don't think there's any concern.
Right. And it's staff's position that this program would sunset after 4 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Lowe, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I wanted to talk to you about how we control the EDIS and your understanding of the recommendations for some conditions. So you're familiar with Maryland's STRIDE program and the gas distribution systems, right?
I'm not personally involved
You're
in
aware.
that.
You're aware of that, right?
Yeah.
You're aware it was a statutory creation by the legislature, and it's a surcharge, flat rate surcharge, capped at $2 for residential customers, right? So that's the difference between that proposal and this proposal for the electric distribution system. This is a volumetric charge, and it's not for residential, and it's not capped. So how should the commission feel assured that there's not going to be incremental cost growth every year, every time the new year's plan is brought in with new projects, cable replacement projects or other projects added to the system? How do we control the costs? We know how we do it with STRIDE because it's capped. We have to wait to the next base rate case and to reset that and to bring those actual expenditures into plant. So give me a sense of how this is going to work, how you view this is going to work over time.
Well,
in other words, this year, excuse me. In other words, this year maybe it's 71 cents, and next year it's an incremental $1.03, and now we're up to $1.74, and so on and so on. How do you stop that from happening? What's the control on that?
first of all, I think it's important to have a reporting mechanism in place once this EDIS program approved, much like the BGE's ERI surcharge program, like I outlined in my direct testimony, and I believe those are the good starting point for working out the final details. And I haven't envisioned what the details going to be like, but I think it's very important to have an annual report, a reporting mechanism that the company can come in and to prove the prudency of the cost expenditures of their projected work plan, or what kind of benefits achieved, or what kind of benefits will be projected. And I think that's the good starting point, and I'm not sure if it's satisfied.
So yeah, I understand you're recommending a
Yeah.
report, and I appreciate that, and I think that that's probably a good idea, but how do you control the costs from incrementally increasing every year? Is there some natural kind of force that's going to keep that? Do we have to deny the proposal to control that? How do we do that
Well,
on an annual basis?
they would have to come in with the reconciliation of cost.
Okay, but that's retrospective. I'm talking about the next year's proposal, right? They got to propose a program or new program every year, right?
Yeah, they will propose the work plans for the following years, and like I say, I haven't really envisioned.
Fair enough. Fair enough. No, that's an appropriate answer for me. That's okay. Thank you. Let me ask you this: on page 13 of your direct, you have table 8, and we've referred to it already. But if you look at the vegetation management program, that's never going to end. That's going to go on forever. Their proposal for the distribution automation system is going to go on for 10 years under their current proposal. Underground cable replacement is going to go on for 23 years. Recloser program, my understanding, is 5 years for the 4 components. And yet, a previous staff witness recommended a sunset of this program of 3 years, 2022. What's your thoughts on that? How do I reconcile those? All these programs outlive that, and yet staff is recommending we sunset these programs in 3 years, or sunset the surcharge in 3 years.
Again, based on the performance, what kind of benefits they achieved at the end of 3rd year, and then at that time, we will make a determination whether or not they're allowed to continue with this project.
Okay, so maybe that's the answer to my previous question and this question is, if they have to come in and justify not sunsetting, that's a natural control point on cost. You only get 3 years of incremental costs, and they have to justify going forward for the remainder of these program lives, one of which is indefinite.
Well, I think the commission has the authority to determine that.
Of course. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to kind of get some of that discussion on the record so we have a sense of what this EDIS is, and how it's bounded, how it's conditioned.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Thank you again, Mr. Lowe.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe that Mr. Vanderheyden is unavailable today, and therefore we have no additional witnesses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we will not adjourn, but we'll go into recess with Monday. We have Mr. Efron, Mr. Lanzalotta, and Mr. Vanderheyden. Is that correct? All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We would plan to call Mr. Lanzalotta first.
Thank you, Mr. Fields.
Thank you.
All right, then. We are in recess until Monday. Thank you.
Thank you.